haven't taught in a few years. I used to do it at the state and Ivy Tech, but so
now you have to wear your mask, right?
I do. Mm-hmm. And we talked about that, and one of the students kind of frowned, and I said, it's just what it is. If you can't wear a mask, you have to leave. So, and they were like, just one of them frowned a little bit and put the mask on, and everybody was very compliant and no arguments or, any issues with that. But
all right. Well, I think we should get started.
Okay.
Since it is 6:01. So I'd like to resume our City of Bloomington budget hearings for the 2022 budget. And I think we did do a roll call yesterday, so let's go ahead and do a roll call this evening as well. Do we have somebody from the clerk's office to do that? Susan, Ms. Stoll, please go ahead.
Councilmember Rallo.
Here.
Councilmember Bolin.
Here.
Rosenbarger.
Here.
Scambolari.
Here.
Sims.
Here.
Flaherty. Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
And Sandberg.
Here.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Flaherty will be joining us a little bit later. He had a conflict with the class he's teaching. So this evening, we are going to be discussing the following budgets: Bloomington Transit, Utilities, the Fire Department, and the Police Department. And as part of the Police Department budget, we will also touch upon Central Dispatch. So let's go ahead and get started with Bloomington Transit. And I think we have Mr. Lou May here, hopefully, for one more time to present the Bloomington Transit budget. Welcome, Mr. May.
Thank you. I'm having some technical difficulties sharing my screen right now. I'm working with Heather to figure those out. How would you, I'm trying to, without you being able to see my screen now, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. How would you like me to proceed?
Does somebody else have your presentation that could perhaps share their screen? Ms. Lacey, do you have it?
I'm not able to access it. He did send it to me, but I was hoping Elizabeth was going to be on the call. Just one second.
Okay. Yeah, we can wait.
And Madam Chair, my apologies. I'm having internet issues too. So if I cut out and have to cut back in, please forgive me.
Oh, no problem.
Hey, Lou, this is Andrew from the mayor's office. I think I have it if you want me to share it for you and you just tell me when to proceed.
That would be great, Andrew.
All right.
Ms. Lacey, could I just ask, did we have times set for each of the presenters this evening?
Yes, we do. So Transit will have 25 minutes and I will start the timer when the presentation starts, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you. Did you say 20 minutes?
25.
25 minutes. Okay. Very good. So Mr. May, whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much. By way of introductions, I'm Lou May. I'm General Manager for the Bloomington Public Transportation Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to present our 2022 budget to the council tonight. And as Council Member Piedmont Smith mentioned, this will be the final budget that I present on behalf of Bloomington Transit. It's actually the 23rd budget that I've presented in total over the years now. And I do want to say it's been a great honor and privilege to work with all of you over these years. And I appreciate the support and advocacy that you've all displayed for Bloomington Transit and public transportation. You've been great to work with, and I truly am going to miss each and every one of you. I also want to give a shout out to Bloomington Transit's Chief Financial Officer and Controller, Krista Browning, who has been with us for 17 years and has really done all the work in the last 17 budgets that I've presented to you. She's done an extraordinary job, and I appreciate what she's done. And again, kudos to Krista for all her hard work in putting together the 2022 budget. Our proposed budget that I'm presenting to you tonight has been reviewed and approved by our board of directors. And under state law, the Common Council annually reviews and adopts our budget as well. As part of my comments tonight, I'll cover some of the notable transit accomplishments over the past year. I'll talk about some of the goals for this upcoming budget year. I'll share the proposed budget for 2022 with you, and also discuss some of the challenges and opportunities that we'll be facing at Bloomington Transit. If I could advance to the next slide. Ooh, thank you. First, let me talk a little bit about our vision and purpose. Our vision is connecting people to places. Our purpose is here to deliver safe and quality transportation to the Bloomington community, to contribute toward economic and social improvement, to advocate for increased investment in public transportation, and manage our public resources efficiently and effectively. Next slide, please. This is a slide that I have shared every year since I've been here as part of my budget presentation. It will be familiar to most of you, I think. To set the context for the 2022 budget, transit ridership is one of the measuring sticks that's used to gauge transit performance. And this graphic goes back to 1984 and goes all the way through last year, 2020, our last full year that we completed. The trend has been upward in transit ridership. Last year was an extraordinary anomaly. The pandemic for most of the year, about 9 months, 8.5 months or so of the year were affected, and transit ridership across the world, across the country, across Indiana was greatly impacted. We lost a little bit over 50% of our normal ridership. A big reason for that was the fact that Indiana University went to an online class format around spring break of last year and stayed in that mode throughout all of 2020. As I've looked at other transit systems across the state, the typical decrease is in the range of 40 to 60% in terms of transit ridership decline. Go to the next slide, please. Again, another illustration or graphic that I show each year at budget time is our ridership per capita for the last full year, 2020. This compares the 8 largest urban areas in the state. And over the last 5 years or so, Bloomington Transit has been the highest per capita ridership, and we remained that way in 2020 in spite of the pandemic. Really, if you looked at this graphic from the previous year, if you basically doubled everyone's ridership, this would be a pretty accurate depiction for last year. Again, transit systems have been greatly impacted by the pandemic. Next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about the accomplishments over the past year, and I think we may have skipped a slide here. There we go. Under the heading of climate change in the environment, I'm pleased to report that we've taken delivery of 2 battery electric buses, and we've installed 2 charging stations. The photo that you see in the slide here is a picture of the first battery electric bus from July. I'm also pleased to report that we have won another competitive federal grant for the purchase of 4 additional battery electric buses and charging stations, and that will be included in the 2022 budget that I'll talk about in just a minute. Just in the last month, we've awarded a contract for the conduct of an alternative fuels and infrastructure assessment study that will map out or chart our transition of our fleet to alternative fuels, and also look at the greater use of solar power, potentially to help supplement our alternatively fueled fleet. Another important accomplishment for us at our Grimes Lane facility, our physical plant here, we've installed a second high efficiency boiler, as well as installed a white roof at the facility, which will help us in our efforts to be more eco-friendly. Next slide, please. In the area of customer service, I want to give a shout out to the city of Bloomington and their Recover Forward funding. The city was good enough to help fund a number of improvements, bus stop accessibility improvements around the community. And this work is underway and will soon be completed. But the goal is to improve sidewalk accessibility, disabled and handicapped accessibility at stops. And you can see in the photograph here, there's a stop at Graham and Rockport at the Country View Apartments that's currently under construction there to improve accessibility. We've also implemented online reservation capability for our BT Access clients who wish to take advantage of this convenience. They can, instead of having to make a phone call, they can simply make their reservations online. And again, that's a convenience factor that makes it easier to use our BT Access service. We've also negotiated agreements with 2 new apartment complex developments to provide transit service starting in the fall of next year. And that is in the development at the old Motel 6 site on North Walnut Street, as well as the development on West 17th Street. And we're looking forward to having our first privately funded general public transit services for those developments. Next slide. Recover Forward. The pandemic has dominated much of our efforts in the past year. We've taken a whole litany of measures to safeguard employee and public safety over the past year. One of the things that, one of the impacts of the pandemic has been exacerbating what was already a critical employee shortage for us and made it much harder to recruit and hire new employees. And we, even prior to the pandemic, we had a driver shortage, and now it has been made much worse. So we've had to take a couple of measures, including implementing a $3,000 hiring bonus, as well as a $3,000 employee referral incentive that to help us recruit new employees for vacancies and openings here. We're currently down about a dozen drivers, and that affects our ability to put service out on a daily basis. In concert with our Ask Me Local, we've also agreed to increase the entry-level wage for fixed route drivers by $2 an hour. And that change has just taken place, and our new starting wage for fixed route drivers is $18.32 an hour. And our hats off to Ask Me for working with us on that. Next slide. We do have some unfinished business as far as 2021 goes and budget goals. We have explored the possibility of developing and implementing a microtransit, or what we call a general public on-demand service. We held a public hearing over the summer and received public comments on the possibility of replacing the 8 Eastside Local with a on-demand service that would be operated using existing Uber and Lyft type service. And our board considered the public comments that were made through the public input process and ultimately decided not to move forward with that based on most of the public comments tended to disfavor the proposed concept of using Uber and Lyft. But regardless of that, we haven't given up on the concept of microtransit and again, a general public on-demand service. We're looking at other alternatives where we might consider a different model to provide a microtransit service. One of those models might be to operate the service in-house. Another model would be to possibly fully contract that service out in a turnkey fashion. Another model might be to commingle the riders with our existing BT Access service. So over the remaining months of the year, we're going to explore those concepts, and we still hope to implement an on-demand service before the end of the year and continue it as part of the 2022 budget, which I'll talk about shortly. And then, as I mentioned, as part of this year's budget, we have a line item in the capital portion of our budget to acquire 4 additional electric buses and charging stations. So before the end of this year, we will place an order for those vehicles, and hopefully we would see those vehicles arrive somewhere near the end of next year. Next slide, please. So I wanted to summarize the proposed 2022 budget for you and how it compares to the 2021 budget. Overall, we're proposing a budget of $15,114,394 compared to the 2021 budget, which was $14,505,793, and that's a 4.2% increase. You can see here how each of the budget categories is proposed to change. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the budget goals that make up the 2022 proposed budget. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we were the recipients of a competitive federal grant of about $3.2 million that will fund 80% of the cost of 4 new electric buses and charging stations. So that is included as a primary element of the 2022 budget. And that order for those vehicles would be placed sometime during the next budget year. Also, as I mentioned previously, we've awarded a contract to complete and to undertake an alternative fuels and infrastructure assessment study. This study will provide our board with a blueprint to follow in terms of what alternative forms might be best suited for our operation. It could very well be a single form, such as battery electric vehicles, or it could actually be a mix of more than one form. We'll also look at the potential of using additional solar at our Grimes Lane facility to help complement whatever form of alternative fuel that the board will pursue. We anticipate this study will get underway this year and should be completed by mid-year next year. Next one, please. In the area of customer service, one of the budget goals for 2022 is to implement the recommendations of our route optimization study, which was completed in 2019 in an effort to improve the design of our fixed route network. The implementation of those recommendations was postponed with the onset of the pandemic, but we still hope to do that as part of the 2022 budget. Purpose of that will be to, again, improve the design of our route network, improve the reliability, especially in terms of on-time performance, and also improve and increase ridership coming out of the pandemic. We also hope to continue an on-demand mobility pilot project, a microtransit project, again, with possible implementation in late 2021 and continue that. We've budgeted about $250,000 in our 2022 budget to continue that project. Also, as part of the 2022 budget, we have what we call phase 2 of our bus stop accessibility improvements. We were able to win another federal competitive grant in the amount of $100,000 that we'll use to continue the improvement of accessibility at various bus stops in the community. And then lastly, under customer service, we have one new position proposed in the 2022 budget, and that is to create a new road supervisor position to help enhance service quality on the street. Next slide, please. We have a number of small capital projects that are a part of the 2022 budget. $250,000 for various facility repairs and replacements at our Grimes Lane facility. This includes replacing oil water separators for our storm water drainage system, to replace our building HVAC automation system at $80,000, building security at I believe $30,000, and replacement of our diesel fueling stations. We also have 2 BT Access vehicles due to be replaced as part of the 2022 budget at $100,000 or $150,000. I mentioned the bus stop accessibility improvements at $100,000. And then we have a small capital project of $30,000 to add some additional cameras in our fixed route fleet. Next slide, please. Typically each year I present a pie chart that summarizes our expenses, and I'll show you one shortly on revenue. This shows you where the money goes in terms of expenses for the 2022 budget. The majority of 43% is in personnel, 34.5% capital, 12.3% services, 5.8% fuel and oil, and 4.3% for parts and supplies. Next slide, please. On the revenue side of our 2022 budget, we're proposing the local property tax to increase 4.3% compared to the 2021 budget. Good news to report that the state public mass transit fund is going to be up about 15% compared to the 2021 budget. You may recall from the 2021 budget last year, we had the unfortunate thing to report that the state and NDOT was going to be cutting state transit assistance by about 13% last year, and they did. We're pleased to see that that money has been replaced and some, and again, we're looking to enjoy about a 15% increase compared to last year's budget. Passenger fares are budgeted to remain the same compared to the 2021 budget at $400,000. We do have federal CARES Act funds of about $2.4 million budgeted as part of the 2022 budget. And then federal American Rescue Plan funds of about $2.2 million are also included as part of the 2022 budget. We've got federal competitive funds of about $3.5 million. Most of that will go to the electric bus grant and project that we were successful in winning. We also have federal 5310 competitive grants of $250,000 that will cover the bus stop accessibility improvements as well as the replacement of 2 BT Access vehicles. So we have a total of $8.5 million in federal funds. That represents about 56% of our total revenue to balance the 2022 budget. And if you combine federal and state funds, we have a total of just over $11 million, and that represents about 73% of the total revenue for the 2022 budget. Next slide, please. This pie chart shows where the revenue comes from. Again, 56% from federal, state at 16.9% make up the 2 biggest pie slices, followed by property tax at just under 10%, IU revenues at just under 9%. Other local taxes at 4%, passenger fares 2.6%, and advertising miscellaneous at 1% each. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit about some of the challenges facing us, long-term and short-term impacts of COVID-19. The labor market shortage has been exacerbated over the past year. It will be critical that we're able to hire drivers and others to fill vacant positions that we have. We're in a good position now that we'll be negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement with our ASME union there. And I very much expect that we will be increasing wages and benefits to deal with this shortage of employees. This shortage is not unique to Bloomington Transit. All transit systems are dealing with this. And in many cases, it's at a critical stage for most transit systems. Most driving positions in whatever industry it may be are also dealing with the same shortage of drivers. Ridership recovery is going to be important to us. We think it's going to take several years before we can completely recover our ridership. But as the pandemic hopefully wanes here, and as IU has returned to in-person classes, hopefully we're going to see that recovery begin in the latter half of this year. Expanding our revenue sources is, I think we all agree that we want to grow and expand transit service, especially given the climate change issues that we're facing here in this country and around the world. It will take additional investments, and that's going to be a significant challenge as we face going forward. We're also interested in IU enrollment and how the pandemic may change travel patterns permanently, possibly. We're getting our first taste this week as the IU fall semester has begun, and it will be interesting to follow any changes that may take place and how that develops over the next few months. Again, we have a challenge of transitioning to an alternatively fueled fleet as we try to get away from fossil fueled vehicles and convert our fleet to something else. That is going to bring with it significant infrastructure cost and needed resources in order to fund that to the tune of millions, possibly tens of millions of dollars, and is probably going to also require the expansion of our Grimes Lane physical plant. Next slide, please. Opportunities that we have before us, 2022 and beyond, the route network redesign, we think will greatly improve transit and reliability of our service. We're looking forward to implementing our first on-demand mobility innovation. We're looking forward to launching our first privately funded transit service to new developments, and that could be a model for additional new developments in the future. The Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act has the potential to add a lot of new funding for public transportation. We're optimistic that will happen when Congress finally passes a bill, and hopefully the president signs that, and we could see a big infusion of additional funding. We're hopeful. Also included in that act will be the increased federal investment in electric vehicles. The early elements of that bill, it appears the federal government will have a significant increased investment in electric vehicles and infrastructure. We know the city will soon be discussing the annexation issue and hopefully making a decision on that. That potentially could lead to some new transit service in newly annexed areas. And then lastly, the mayor mentioned just before the pandemic began, the prospect of possible new local funding for transit. We're very interested in working with the city towards that goal. Next slide, please. So here is again your proposed 2022 budget. And with that, I would be glad to entertain any comments or questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. May. And just before we go into questions, I wanted to say that we're going to use the same format that we started with last night, where we have 3 minutes per round of questions for the question and the answers. I did request of Ms. Lacy to turn off the volume on our timer because yeah, sometimes it kind of flusters folks when the timer goes off and you're still in the middle of a sentence. But please do try to stick with the time. We'll be able to see the timer, I believe. So Councilmember Rallo, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director May. I guess I've worked with you for 19 of those 23 budgets. And I really appreciate all the work that you've done, and it's really bear a lot of fruit. Congratulations on the federal grants you described. I guess my first question is kind of a perpetual one that we address now and then, and that is, do you and your board discuss and consider the possible implementation of free fares? And kind of a corollary with that, it seems to me that would consist of only a few $100,000 of your budget, as I see your revenue. And if it results in higher ridership, because I could see that you'd reached a peak just prior to the pandemic, and kind of, there was a plateau there. I wonder if that would result in higher ridership. Because of ease of use, so you could just step on a bus without thinking about any fares, and whether that would leverage greater state and federal funding.
Great question. It's one that I've gotten several times over the years from council. I think perhaps from you, Councilmember Rallo. Of course, during the pandemic, starting at the very beginning of the pandemic, all the way through July the 1st of this year, we did go to a free fare structure. The purpose of that was to help safeguard our employees primarily. We did that in tandem with moving, boarding, and alighting of buses to the rear doors instead of the front doors in order to build some distancing between our drivers and our passengers there as a way to safeguard their health and safety there. I think we've always been interested in the possibility of free fares. It's about $400,000 for the general public fares, roughly $1 million on the IU side there. If there could be a reliable revenue stream that would replace those revenues, I think my board would be very interested in doing that.
Well, what about this idea of higher ridership and then therefore getting more support? Is that possible? Am I wrong in assuming that might be a possibility?
Not on the state side anymore. The state funding formula was changed a number of years ago, in which no longer ridership and performance and productivity of the system no longer leads to additional state funding in any significant way. We had always done very well when the formula promoted that, but again, the formula has been frozen and we're not realizing any additional state funding as a result of gains in ridership. On the federal side, there are some relatively small additional funds through the Transit Intensive Cities program. But again, those are relatively small. They're less than $1 million on an annual basis. We're already receiving some of those funds. In fact, I think we qualify for 3 out of 6 factors based on our performance already. So there's only maybe $500,000 that potentially could be had.
Thank you, Mr. May. I guess we're over time. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Other questions for Mr. May on the Bloomington Transit budget? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation, Mr. May. Could you give a little more detail about that new position that you're creating, the road supervisor?
Yes, so we would like to create a new position of a road supervisor or street supervisor who would basically spend his or her time on the street, observing the operation, observing the vehicles in service, reviewing driver performance. Are they obeying traffic laws? Are they adhering to schedules? observing overall driver skills on the street. Are they complying with operational policies that we may have? But there's a number of things that happen during the course of a normal day where it would be helpful to have a road supervisor, whether it's responding to detours that come up as a result of road construction or otherwise. Sometimes buses will get bunched up due to traffic conditions on the road, and street supervisor would be helpful to have to deal with those kind of issues. Sometimes we get customer related problems that require a supervisor to respond to the scene. Having somebody on the street would help for a faster and more responsive way to deal with those issues. Sometimes we get stranded passengers who, for whatever reason, have missed a bus, and it would be great to have a street supervisor out there who might be able to actually pick them up and get them to where they're going. We have all kinds of issues and private parking lots where we go, whether it's shopping centers or apartment complexes, where buses sometimes get stuck due to parked vehicles. Street supervisor would be able to more quickly respond to the scene and deal with those issues. And then, of course, sometimes our vehicles are involved in accidents, and it would be helpful for us to have a street supervisor ready and available to deal with those kind of things. So overall, it's a quality control issue that we're looking to help improve. And we've budgeted about $50,000 in wages for this new position.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you. And then just, I guess, piggybacking off Councilmember Rollo a little with fare-free transit. I know we've talked, and one of the obstacles is that IU pays in so much for the students to ride for free. Have you had any conversations with IU then sort of like contributing in a different way, that like they're still contributing that $1 million since we are providing that transit for campus, like, but they would just pay it in like a different budget kind of thing?
Yeah, we have during the pandemic, we had to deal with them on this. You know, we reduced service to the IU campus, especially given that classes were being held online. So we prorated the funding that the university would normally provide based on the actual service levels. That was encouraging to us. They could have said, well, you're providing free fares to everyone, why not include our students? And they didn't do that. So we were encouraged by that.
All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Piedmont Smith. Mr. May, thank you very much for all you've done. You've done a fantastic job. I've been here a while, so you really have done a good job of stewardship.
Thank you.
What can you tell us a little bit about why the board decided not to move ahead on kind of looking at microtransit for our future, thinking about that?
Yeah, and just to clarify, they opted not to move ahead with the replacement of this particular route with microtransit, and it was based on the public comments that we received both at the public hearing, but in online surveys and emails and phone calls that we got during the public comment process there. This route especially caters to senior citizens. So for example, the Cambridge Square apartments on Pete Ellis Drive are big users of this route. And many of them communicated to us that they had concerns. They may not necessarily know how to use a smartphone in order to order an Uber or Lyft vehicle. They may not have a credit card in order or an account with Uber and Lyft and aren't familiar with how to use that service. They expressed some concerns that frankly we weren't expecting. For example, if you've used Uber and Lyft, you know that you have the option to tip the driver there, and they expressed a concern to us that with this subsidized service that Uber and Lyft drivers might be hesitant to serve these customers if they thought they weren't going to get a tip from them. So that's something that we had never considered, and it was something we heard from the public and the board took into consideration. The affordability of it was an issue also that people brought up. A lot of senior citizens and people with disabilities pay a discounted fare to use our fixed route service. They're paying 50 cents instead of $1. And we had proposed a flat $1 passenger fare for the Uber and Lyft service. And some people actually get to ride fixed route for free if you're certified as BT Access eligible. If you will use fixed route service instead of BT Access, your ride is free. So people were suddenly going to have to be paying a higher cost, and the affordability was a concern to them. So those are some of the things that we heard from the public, and I think those were things that affected the board's decision on this.
Thank you, Mr. May.
Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you. A little more in microtransit, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. It sounds like the answer to microtransit isn't no, it's just probably not in that route. Am I reading that correctly?
That's it, exactly.
Good, okay. I'm a fundraiser in my day job, so I'm always glad to hear that outside money is funding something in the city of Bloomington. So I have a couple questions on that. In terms of federal grants, we seem to be doing well in that regard, and we seem to be receiving a fair amount of funding pretty consistently. Is there anything else you would recommend we do to position ourselves better? It sounds like our ridership is competitive. We're environmentally conscious. Is there anything else you'd recommend we consider to position ourselves?
Yeah, I think I can. As you probably know, as part of our budget, there is no city funding included in the Bloomington Transit budget, and it's been that way from day one. We were encouraged when Mayor Hamilton, just before the pandemic, proposed some possible new funding that might be used to invest in strategies to help address the issue of climate change. And one of them would possibly be to help fund the expansion of Bloomington Transit services so as to encourage people to use public transportation as opposed to driving. So we certainly would encourage the city in that same endeavor. The mayor has expressed to me recently that he's interested in continuing that discussion in the near future here. And we're hopeful here at Bloomington Transit that something can happen on that front.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you. And also, I was pleased to hear about the negotiations that resulted in some new routes for the new developments that we're going to be seeing around town. What, just for my own information, what are the elements of that negotiation? What are the negotiation points? Is it frequency of route? Is it type of bus? Is it?
Actually, most of those issues were settled in the city council approval of those developments as part of your conditional approvals that you did for these. And I think both developments were over a year ago at council. A condition of approval was that the development fully fund a contract with Bloomington Transit to provide a shuttle service between those developments to the IU campus there. So at that time, we talked to the developers about the route, the frequency of service, the number of days that it would operate, and reached some basic agreements on those. And then after the council did their final approvals, we've negotiated the terms and conditions of the contracts with those developers.
Good. And are there any other such conversations underway right now with any of the new developments?
No, but we would certainly encourage the council as you consider new private developments in the future, especially developments that may have large densities of students that will be commuting to and from the IU campus, that you potentially talk with us about those developments and see if there's a good potential for something similar.
Great. Thank you very much.
Are there other first round questions for Mr. May? Council President Sims.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. May. What I'd really like to say to get started is thank you for your service. And as you look forward to your new phase in life, and we think you've been wonderful, at least with my time on the council. I think my colleagues would say the same. But as far as your accessibility, and even before I was on the council, I really appreciated the time that you took to discuss things with me in many cases, and particularly if there were some social issues that you took the time to call me. That is something beyond the business acumen that I really, really appreciate. And I'm going to miss that. So thank you very much. My question is, you've indicated that for budgeting purposes, you're projecting 6% less revenue from IU. And you indicated that the 2021 budget estimates were too high. Can you expound on that a little bit? And did the pandemic have some, obviously it did, but can you explain that a little bit?
The pandemic did. When we projected our 2021 budget, we simply, again, budgeting is not an exact science, and we make our best estimates as to what the revenue is going to be for all of our sources. Very seldom do we hit it to the dollar or to the penny. And in the case last year of IU, we over projected that. And as a result, the 2022 budget is showing about 6% less. Again, it's not a real cut to IU funding.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So we're just adjusting the budgeting as
Correct.
opposed to actual revenue flow.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Another thing you indicated, and I know this is a very small part of the overall budget, but the advertising sales. And many of us noticed the bus with the wraps and the different logos and that sort of thing. And it's a 40% increase that you've indicated over last year. How big or how much larger do you foresee that happening? Or have we reached pretty much the limits?
Yeah, we're close to being fully saturated on buses. I'm sure you've noticed over the last 5 years since we've had this new advertising contractor, there's been a big increase in the number of wrap buses and advertising. This contractor has been very aggressive and very assertive in selling it and has done a great job for us. And revenues have exceeded our projections on it. We're showing about a 40% increase. We think that's a conservative estimate for next year. It's probably going to exceed that even, given the trend that we're seeing in advertising sales. But again, we're very close to being maxed out. So they're unless we grow the number of buses in our fleet, there's probably not a whole lot of additional potential.
Okay, thank you. And I was getting at, it seems as though part of that could be used to offset some of the passenger fares if we're talking about free fares moving on down the line. Because obviously you'll have to think of something creative to replace that revenue, however small it is. So thank you for the presentation. I believe my time is up. Thank you.
Are there other first round questions for Mr. May? I have a couple of, so I wanted to inquire about the increased security at the bus station that was cited in your memo. I don't remember the dollar amount offhand, but could you speak a little bit to that? Why that, what the amount was, and who provides security there?
Actually, what that is, it's not at our downtown station. It's at our Grimes Lane facility here. And $50,000 is the amount that we have budgeted. And what that simply is for is to put electronic locks on all the doors of our building here. We have that on our downtown transit center. I think you have that at City Hall as well, where you have a key card that you use to gain access to different doors and rooms within the facility. We do not have that at our Grimes Lane facility. What we've noticed, and since the Beeline Trail has opened, we've seen a much greater influx of people coming off of the trail and just kind of mysteriously appearing in our facility at different places. And it's spoken to the need to increase security at our building and in the various rooms. So we propose to put electronic locks on all of our doors.
So not just the external doors, but also inside.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also wanted to inquire, speaking of the Grimes Lane facility, you said you're planning to investigate expansion there. And I know you and I have had conversations about it being kind of landlocked, that there's not really room to expand. Are there other options that we're not thinking of, or are neighboring property owners perhaps going to be more flexible as far as selling?
Yeah, we haven't begun any conversations with neighboring property owners. However, we think there could be some potential for adjacent properties to our east. So, for example, the old Harley Davidson retail store on South Walnut Street, which I think comes close to touching our property here, I think is for sale right now. There is an automobile junkyard to the north of us and northeast that might, who knows, might be potentially available. This could be a better and higher use for that, I suppose. We'd have to take the environmental considerations into account as well. As part of the study that we're doing that we've just awarded the contract to, we've asked the consultants to develop potential site plans. If we're going to have to expand our physical plant if we're going to grow transit service, or we're going to have to build another physical plant, or maybe move this plant to a different location that has larger space to it. When you talk about building a second facility somewhere, you're talking about major expenses, probably in the tens of millions of dollars. And hopefully it will be a magnitude lower than that if we can acquire some additional properties adjacent to us here. We do have the Clear Creek that runs right alongside our property there. So that's a concern, and that's a factor that we have to take into account there, as well as flooding that potentially could come from that. But that will be a part of the study that we've just started to identify what and how much additional property we may need to expand the facility.
Thank you. Other questions? Starting round two. Councilmember Rallo.
Director May, a couple of quick questions. One is regarding the number 8, which was the proposed micro transit service. Will it remain a route until the decision is made?
Yes, it will continue. So, no plans to change it immediately. Now, I will say, if we move ahead with implementing our route optimization study recommendations, one of the recommendations from that study was to do a consolidation of routes on the east side. And that would include Route 8, Route 3, and Route 9 on the east side, and create a new Route 90, which would be a bi-directional service that would operate on, for example, some of the streets that Route 8 operates on, such as Pete Ellis there. So that very well could take the place of Route 8 as well as Route 3 and Route 9 if it comes to pass.
I see. Would that include going down Sarah Road south of Morse Pike?
Well, Sarah Road is served by a different route, at least south of Rogers. The service that we have on Route 8 between Morse Pike and East Rogers has almost no ridership on it whatsoever on Route 8 right now. So we don't think that necessarily merits service based on the experience that we've had. On Sarah Road south of East Rogers, we have Route 5 that serves that area all the way down to Jackson Creek Middle School.
Okay. We had you were implementing bus stops, a couple per year. Is that still continuing?
I'm sorry.
Renovating bus stops.
Yeah, again, we're using a combination of Recover Forward funds that the city has provided, as well as our own local dollars to improve accessibility at a number of bus stops all throughout the city right now. And we plan to continue that as part of the 2022 budget using 100% federal grant funds that we were able to acquire for that.
Terrific. And what's the expected longevity of the electric bus, of an electric bus?
Well, they're 12-year minimum of 12 years, but it's unusual for us to keep a bus only for 12 years. I wouldn't be surprised if they go longer than that, could easily go 14 or 15 or more years. Now, the battery technology, I don't expect to get 12 years out of the OEM batteries that are on the vehicle. They will probably have to be replaced at some point during the life of the vehicle.
Okay, but that can happen. You can replace the battery and maintain the bus. Great, thank you.
Other second round questions for Mr. May? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Mr. May, will you offer me your opinion on, so there's potential annexation on the table with expansion of the city borders. How do we think about that when we consider services and budget for the transit system? Can you just offer me some of your wisdom?
Sure, absolutely. The city has asked me to make some estimates as to what areas proposed to be annexed would potentially warrant transit service. So we looked at it from two perspectives. One, we provide our BT access service currently to everywhere in the city, everywhere within the city boundaries. So our expectation would be we would provide BT access service to all the newly annexed areas there. But secondly, we looked at the areas proposed to be annexed and what areas might warrant the provision of fixed route service. And there are a couple of areas that I think are on our radar screen. One is the Ivy Tech Cook Industrial Park on the west side there. I think that's annexation area 1A, as I recall. And rural transit used to service that, but at the start of the pandemic, they discontinued their service, and now it has no transit service to that area. So if it was annexed into the city, I think it would be important for Bloomington Transit to provide service to that. So we've included those cost estimates and given those here recently to the city so they understand what will be involved there. Then the other area that we're interested in providing fixed route service to, I think, is area 1B, which is to the southwest. That is the South Rogers, Fullerton Pike area, Bachelor Heights Middle School area down there. You've got a fairly significant residential concentration down there that we think would warrant providing fixed route service. So we have included those as a cost to provide that service as part of our overall annexation cost.
Is there a number that you can share with us about what that means as far as cost?
Yeah, I don't have it up off the top of my head here, but I'm glad to share it with you and let you know what our estimates are for costs for all three of those costs: BT access service and the two areas for fixed route service.
Thank you, Mr. May. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you, Mr. May. It's been a pleasure working with you. We will sorely miss you during next year's budget round. My question to you is, would you like to make a pitch for those dozen or so drivers that you are in need of? What do they need to do? How do they need to apply? What are you looking for in a good driver?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to make that sales pitch. If you're out there and you're needing a job, do we have a job for you? We will start you at $18.32 an hour. We'll train you. We'll give you paid training to get your commercial driver's license. That process will take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks before we'll have you ready to drive solo behind the wheel. We have good benefits that we can provide you as well. And it's interesting. If there are people out there that are looking for a job, please talk to us. You can go to our website and submit an application online, or you can drop in at our Grimes Lane facility and fill out an application and leave it with us. We also have a $3,000 hiring incentive right now in place. So if that serves as some additional incentive, hopefully so that you can benefit from.
Nicely done, sir. You are a gentleman and a professional.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I should sign up for that. Okay, I just want to ask Mr. May, like, from answers to other folks, other council members, it sounds like you're like the idea of expanding transit, that's something we really, really need to be working on. But we have huge barriers that of like not having enough buses and then not having enough plants. And like, is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, to grow transit in the Bloomington community, we're going to have to first solve our employee shortage issue. That's probably first and foremost there. but we're going to need additional investment in transit. And we're hopeful that we're going to see a big shot in the arm from the infrastructure bill that Congress is currently debating. There has been talk of significant increased federal investment in public transportation. So that could be a good starting point to help grow transit service here in Bloomington. But I would tell you, I don't have a lot of optimism at the state level. The state, for whatever reasons, has not seen it as a wise investment to significantly increase the amount of funding for public transportation statewide. I don't think you're going to see it there. We've tried to lobby and haven't had much success. The other thing I would point to, again, Mayor Hamilton, just before the pandemic began, had talked about some new funds that would support climate change strategies. And one of those could be investment of local funds in Bloomington Transit, and would encourage you to consider that as one of the mechanisms to help provide additional resources for transit so that we can grow service and expand service and provide an alternative to the automobile.
Thank you. And follow up on that, because like right now you are having a driver shortage. So you have the funding to pay the drivers that you need. But what you're saying is there's of course no extra capital money for buses and a larger plant expansion or a second plant.
Well, there are federal grants, competitive grants out there, and we've been very successful in tapping those grants. And the hope is that those federal programs will continue. We have heard that there will be a significantly expanded electric vehicle fund as part of the infrastructure bill. So we very much look forward to going for those funds. We think there will also be some funds available for infrastructure. And so by that, I mean, in order to support a much larger electric bus fleet, for example, we're going to have to invest a sizable amount of money into the electrical infrastructure here, because we know we don't have it. And we're probably talking several $1 million in order to support a much larger fleet of electric vehicles. Hopefully I answered your question, sir.
You did. Thank you.
Council President Sims.
Thank you. Mr. May, you just discussed some of the barriers to expanding service. And thank you for sharing that. But it dawned on me that probably the most immediate and urgent barrier having to do with we're not allowed to operate outside of city boundaries. Would you agree with that? So regardless of what other resources we have, if there is no expansion, then there is no, if there is no broadening of the boundaries, there is no expansion.
Yeah, that would require council approval there. When Bloomington Transit was created as a public transit corporation in 1982, one of the conditions that council set was that our service area or our operational boundaries would be the city boundaries. They're, I think the phrase in the ordinance was they would be coterminous with the city boundaries there. So that's something that council potentially could change, but I'm guessing council would probably want to see an outside source of funding if we were to provide service outside of the city in order to support that new service there.
Okay, thank you very much. And you mentioned the OEM electric batteries. I think I have that term correct. And I was wondering, how much do those units cost, and what life do you expect from new batteries, new OEM electric batteries?
Yeah, the bus manufacturer warrants the batteries on new buses for 6 years. And after that, we will have to replace them at our own expense. So again, we've got a 6-year warranty. We do have some experience with this, having a number of hybrid buses in our fleet. We currently have 8 hybrid buses. About 20% of our fleet are hybrids there. And of those 8 buses, and some of them date back as much as 15 years, we've only had to replace 1 set of batteries so far. and at the cost of about $50,000 for a new set of batteries on one of those hybrid buses. So we know it's going to be expensive, but we've had some experience with it, and it's been a relatively good track record with batteries on hybrid buses. And we think battery electric bus technology is going to improve and is going to get better as time goes on and as the technology improves. And I really think we're all going to probably be driving electric vehicles sometime in the next decade or so. That seems to be where vehicle technology is going.
Thank you. And do you anticipate if we ever get to more fully electric operation or hybrid operations, the expense of the fuel that we use now, fossil fuels and those other things, is that going to be enough to offset these new
Yeah, it
batteries
remains
and-
to be seen.
Yes.
From what we understand from the electric bus manufacturers, we should see considerable savings in fuel. The electricity that is used to power the buses supposedly will be much less than the liquid fuels that we have been using. But beyond that, electric bus manufacturers are telling us we can anticipate seeing significant savings in maintenance cost on these vehicles. They have fewer moving parts. So again, the jury is still out on this. We want to get some experience with it. We've got our first 2 vehicles that have been in operation for about a month now. And we'll soon have a better understanding of what the future holds on that.
Thank you, Mr. May. I've exceeded my time with apologies to the chair. Sorry about that, but thank you for answering.
Yes, I asked my colleagues to keep an eye on that time and keep, if the time's almost up, please save your question for the next round. Are there any other questions for Mr. May? So I've gone second round questions. So I have one before I get back to Councilmember Rollo. My question has to do with the impacts of climate change and the flooding that we saw in June. And Mr. May, you mentioned, of course, that Clear Creek is right there by the transit facility. Did you have flooding at that time? And what also, as far as the operation of buses in a major flooding event, what impacts can you predict?
Yeah, we did have, in fact, in my 23 years, it's the first significant flooding that we had from that Clear Creek there. And we, in a very short period of time from about that Friday night, from about 10:45 to midnight, when the heavy rains occurred there, that creek did overflow its banks. And the water did come up into our parking lot there. And we had a number of buses that were inundated, and we got a few inches of water through the front door of some of those vehicles. We were fortunate that it wasn't worse than it was. It could have been pretty bad. But fortunately, as quickly as the flooding came, it also very quickly dissipated. In a period of about 90 minutes, it was completely gone, and not a drop was left on the site there. So it drove home the importance of us being better prepared in terms of flood mitigation efforts and having plans in place to move as many vehicles as quickly as we can to higher ground.
And as far as operating buses during a storm event, do you have a procedure for stopping the buses, or how do you handle those kind of situations?
Yeah, we tell drivers that you should not drive through areas where the water is deep enough that it will touch the body of the vehicle there. And you need to simply stay away from those because it can cause damage to the vehicles, and more importantly, it could be a hazard or a safety issue there. Fortunately, we didn't have too much of that when the flooding occurred. It occurred late on a Friday night. Many of our buses were already in. But over the years, we have had issues, especially down on Kirkwood, where there's been some rather serious flooding, and we've had to detour vehicles on very short notice to avoid that flooding.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollo, did you have another question?
I did, and this one's really kind of beyond the scope of your charge, Director May, but I dream of someday that we'd have an integrated public transportation system where you could get on a bus like one does in Europe, and you could take it anywhere. You could take it to a rail line and you could go to Chicago, or you could go to Louisville, or you could, visit other cities, and you could return without having to do it on a private transportation. So Amtrak, it turns out, is establishing new rail corridors, and unfortunately, we're not on it. You may be aware of it, but there's a route that goes from Chicago to Indianapolis down to Louisville, and it goes to Columbus. And I know this is really far beyond your scope, but you're an advocate for public transportation. I know you're aware of these things, your board is. Is there any talk locally of having some kind of rail spur or some kind of service that would connect us to such a corridor where Bloomington could be tied in?
I've heard nothing, no discussion about that. I would concur with your assessment that it would be great to have a much better passenger rail network in our country. Amtrak, of course, is publicly funded, and just like us, they're struggling for resources. But I am encouraged from what I'm hearing in the new infrastructure bill that there could be significant additional funding for Amtrak, which would help them broaden their passenger rail network across the country. But again, I've heard no discussion about Bloomington being on the map for a potential rail spur or rail line in any time in the immediate future.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. It's unlikely to happen unless we advocate for it, and I don't know who to contact right now about it. So if you do know, let us know, please. Thank you.
All right, any final questions for Mr. May before we go to the public? All right, seeing none. If any member of the public would like to comment on the budget proposal for Bloomington Transportation Company, Bloomington Transit, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can type into the chat to the meeting host. And Ms. Lacey is helping us out tonight. Who do we have?
It looks like Greg Alexander, who should be able to unmute.
Thank you. My name is Greg Alexander. I want to say Bloomington Transit is awesome. I love it. If you ride it, you'll see a good number of poor people and a lot of students. I don't know about specifically right now, but in general, you will. For middle class people, it's simply not as compelling. The poor frequency really could stand to be improved, but a larger problem is that cars and parking are so heavily subsidized. And so people, they have a choice to make, and we're funding one of those choices very, very heavily. Another big problem is missing sidewalks or unmaintained sidewalks. You know, if you miss the bus, or it's not running on the weekend, or you're stuck late somewhere past bus service, you're going to be walking home and you're going to find out that there's not sidewalks on big major roads. You're going to be walking in the street on big major roads, and you will say to yourself, never again, and you'll never ride the bus again. This is a very common experience among young professionals that live here. And on top of that, when you got off the bus, it's not going to be directly in front of your house. You're going to be walking that last 3 blocks to your house without sidewalks every day, in the best case. The driver shortage is a really severe crisis. I'm real worried about it when student ridership picks back up, but I'm optimistic they'll be able to pay the drivers enough to solve that problem. I wanted to draw attention to a contrast. Parking garages have a similar pattern of reduced demand because of coronavirus, and they were oversized even compared to the estimated demand when they were designed. So there's no way we're going to bring in enough revenue for those. But because those bonds are backed by the TIF district, if I understand correctly, automatically the taxes on the property owners in that TIF district are going to go up automatically if there's not enough demand for the parking. And I just want to remind you all that at least one of you campaigned explicitly on increased funding for Bloomington Transit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public who would like to make a comment on the Bloomington Transit budget? You can use the raise hand function in Zoom or type a message to the meeting host in the chat function.
do not see any additional raised hands, and I do not have any messages in the chat.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lacy. Then I think we can come back to council members for final comments and debate on the Bloomington Transit budget. Councilmember Rollo.
Well, I'll support this budget. I think it's always a pleasure to hear from Director May, and even under the worst times, such as the pandemic. But I think that it was clear that that Bloomington Transit adapted as well as it could to it, and I look forward to now higher riderships. I would like to continue to explore our contribution in some form to allow free ridership. I think that would be a way in which we really expand the service and prevent any obstacles for people using it. I think that we need to explore a local income tax again to have the resources that we need for the material investment in Bloomington Transit as it expands, and I think it should expand. And I just want to say, I think we entered a golden age of Bloomington Transit under Lou May's direction, and it's amazing to see how far we've come. I remember just continually being amazed every year that the ridership was just going up, progressing up every year, and more was being done. So thank you, Director May, and we'll miss you.
Thank you.
Any other council member comments? Yes, Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes, thank you. I'll certainly be supporting this budget, but I ran out of time before I could offer my thanks as well. As one of the newer council members, I know I have peppered you with questions over the last year and a half, and you have been endlessly patient, and I am grateful for that. So best wishes as you go forward, and thank you again for all you've done.
Councilmember Volan. You are muted.
Yes, I just noticed that. I wanted to respond to a couple of points raised, I think both by Councilmember Rollo. A number of years ago, I had reason to contact the Indiana Railroad to inquire about the one remaining spur that runs through town that connects us to Indianapolis in a circuitous way through Franklin. And the number one issue with providing passenger rail service on that rail, on that line, is that the tracks need to be upgraded, that they're really only rated for 40 miles an hour. And that conceivably would be something that the potential rider would find discouraging. It would take maybe an hour and a half to get to Indianapolis via train, and it would take millions to upgrade that line. So that's an unfortunate hurdle we have to overcome, as surely as the 10th Street underpass that Mr. May has been the bane of Mr. May's existence for his career. The second thing is I want apartment complex opening up on North Walnut is only happening because it was negotiated in the PUD, but we all but removed PUDs from our new zoning ordinance. I mean, there's a reason why we removed it. It was effectively a kind of elaborate spot zoning. It was a kind of arbitrariness. But one of the huge disadvantages of it was that we can no longer persuade a department complex to do something as innovative the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, just a brief one to say Apologies to Mr. May for missing your presentation. I had a conflict and couldn't step on the meeting until about 6:45 this evening. So I'm going to abstain tonight just because I would like to review the presentation as well and hear more before deciding one way or the other. But echoing the comments of others, thank you very much for your service. I've very much enjoyed our interactions over the last few years. So thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I plan to abstain tonight just because I want to learn a little more. I would also like to say, Director May, it has been a pure joy working with you for these almost 2 years. Well, I started asking you a lot of questions, I think, when I was running for office. So thank you for agreeing to meet a lot and teaching me so much about transit. I want to dig a little deeper, I think, with just some points that you made about like maybe potentially a desire for investment of local funds. I want to check that out a little bit. I think you have done an exceptional job at providing a wonderful service with the amount of funding you've had over the years, just really stretching every dollar. And I think that is amazing. Just looking at the 4.2 budget increase this year that you're asking for, I mean, in my mind, transit is so very important. And I think that's just a drop in the bucket of what we need. So, and I know we probably need larger items like potentially like TIF or other kind of capital investments. So it might not come from a city budget, but I want to use this opportunity definitely to start brainstorming and working on that. So I'm going to abstain again tonight, and thank you so much.
All right, any other final comments? Well, then I'll take an opportunity to add my thanks to Mr. May for his endless patience and his expertise and his way of explaining things very clearly that I have grown to appreciate very much over the years. And I wish you all the best in retirement. And you've done an excellent job leading our public transportation system, a very excellent system for many years. So I think we're ready for a do pass recommendation. If somebody would like to make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and I'll just call the names as I see them on my screen. Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Rollo.
Yes.
Councilmember Sims.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Abstain.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Boland.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Abstain.
And I will vote yes. So that passes with the do pass recommendation of 7-0-2.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, now we are moving onward to the City of Bloomington Utilities Department. And I believe we have Mr. Vic Kelson, Director of Utilities, with us this evening. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening. I'm working on finding my presentation here.
Okay.
Ms. Lacey, windows open at once.
Ms. Lacey, how much time do we have for the utilities presentation?
25 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go. Good evening, Council. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to present our 2022 budget for City of Bloomington Utilities, or CVU as we call it. I'd like to call out several members of our staff who are with us tonight. Laura Pettit, our Assistant Director for Finance, Brandon Prince, our Assistant Director for Transmission and Distribution, Brad Schrader, our Assistant Director for Engineering, and James Hall, our Assistant Director for Environmental Programs. Tom Axum, our Assistant Director for Operations, is on PTO today, so he's not calling in. We also, I noticed, have a few of our other staff members lurking and watching, and I'd like to take just a moment to thank all of the CBU staff that have been coming to work every day through the pandemic. The majority of our staff never gets to work from home. They're out there in the plants, or they're out there fixing water main breaks or whatnot. And they've done a tremendous job of working together through the pandemic. And I think we all owe them a debt of gratitude. City of Bloomington Utilities exists to provide safe and sustainable water, wastewater, and stormwater services in an economical manner, promoting prosperity and quality of life in our community. We have 169 full-time equivalent employees today. We also have 12 vacancies right now. We serve 3 utilities through 6 interconnected divisions. We have our waterworks, has around 25,000 active accounts. Monroe Water Treatment Plant, 400 plus miles of water mains and over 3,000 fire hydrants. Our sewer works serves 22,500 some odd service connections. We have 2 treatment plants, 321 miles of collection mains and over 8,000 manholes. And our stormwater utility provides 101 miles of pipe and ditches and nearly 6,000 storm inlets. Just a little background for 2022, our major initiatives are increased capacity for wastewater treatment, primarily at the Dillman site. Drinking water quality improvements are always on the agenda for CVU. Replacing aging water mains, water infrastructure is a high priority for us right now. Making additional improvements to our stormwater system, modernizing processes throughout the organization, and expanding our climate action programs. The 2022 budget is not a large diversion from the 2021 budget. 2021 was a year when we started a lot of big things. 2022 is going to be the year we finish a lot of those big things. So you'll see that as a theme going through tonight. Since 2019, we've organized our budget goals based on 10 activity areas that are described in the Effective Utility Management Framework provided by the American Water Works Association, US EPA, and a host of other utilities organizations. These 10 product categories are shown here. These or activity areas are all shown here. We provide our budget goals in terms of all of these categories. Tonight for 2021, I want to just touch on a few of our budget goals. All the budget goals that we had in our 2021 budget are in the hard copy of the presentation that you received as a PDF today. In the interest of brevity, I decided to just go with a few summary slides. So in the waterworks, we're installing 10 automatic flushing hydrants in specific areas of town. These allow us to take old water out of places where there's a dead end in a water main. This improves water quality in the distribution system, and these hydrants can be operated from the water plant. We don't have to send someone out to open a hydrant. In the sewer works, we will continue. We've been underway since late last year on the Dillman Road wastewater treatment plant improvements. These are modernization and eventually capacity upgrades to that plant. Also in the sewer works, we are conducting a local limit study for the Blucher Pool wastewater plant sewer shed. So this is all spurred on by the arrival of the new hospital. There's now enough industrial flow in that basin that we have to have an industrial pretreatment program. So we're working on that right now. In the stormwater utility, we are nearly complete with the development of the stormwater master plan. We have also, through 2021, in 2021, 2022, we've been providing in-kind sampling and laboratory support for the sampling and gauging station that was installed as part of the Section 319 grant efforts for the Friends of Lake Monroe. We also provide them with over $20,000 in-kind services for sample analysis each year. CVU will also be providing technical assistance as needed by the Lake Monroe Water Fund Steering Committee. The Water Fund is now spinning up, and we've been working with them for several years. Specifically, goals related to sustainability. The Dillman Road upgrades are a big deal. Dillman Road wastewater plant is the largest electricity consumer in Monroe County. And we anticipate that we'll probably save about 15% of the electrical usage that we use for aeration at that plant, which is a huge demand relative to other demands in the county. So that's a big deal for us. Advanced metering infrastructure, we completed that in 2020, and we're really seeing the benefits of it this year as we modernize our operations. But also, we've seen a significant reduction, as you might guess, in the amount of fuel that's being used by the vehicles that serve the meter services operations. Our solar panel implementations are fully operational now and are providing a significant amount of power at several of our facilities. And we've begun spending money from the Green Stormwater Infrastructure program. We're investing $150,000 on the 7-line project for a number of green infrastructure improvements, such as rain gardens and so forth. So we're happy to have been able to upgrade the quality of the 7-line by adding green infrastructure to the original designs. We do spend a lot of time thinking about equity, not just in lots of different ways. First of all, in 2021, we've increased our customer assistance program funding from $45,000 to $50,000. Last year in 2020, during the pandemic, we did not use up all of the money, although we used a large fraction of it last year. This year, demand for the customer assistance program is actually down quite a bit compared to last year. In the stormwater utility, we are dedicating $75,000 to the residential stormwater grant program. Those awards are still in process right now. People are getting started on their projects. And then in terms of equity, another term of equity that we don't think about is making sure that each of our customer categories is paying what it really costs to provide their service for water. We did this for sewer a couple of years ago. For water, we're in the process of it right now. And this adjusts, as you all know, when we brought the case before you, we're trying to restructure our rates in a way to make sure that each customer is paying the cost, each customer class is paying the cost of providing the service that class uses. We also have a concern about generational equity, and that is making sure that as we do water main replacement, we don't want to bond for water main replacement because it's a 100-year project. We'll all be paying for it forever. So we want to make sure that we're not pushing that forward too far with debt funding. For 2022, I'm only going to touch on some goals in the 5 largest categories in the interest of time. The first category is product quality. This, in short, this activity area is to produce fit for purpose drinking water, treated wastewater effluent, stormwater discharge, and the other recovered items such as energy or nutrients or biosolids. This is all has to be done within the regulatory frameworks that we operate under. In the waterworks, we've got some specific goals to operate the Monroe treatment plant and all of the distribution system 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without any violations of operating permits. We've been working hard for 5 years now on the maintenance of lower levels of disinfection byproducts and other contaminants. We will continue to achieve the 50 parts per billion average on total trihalomethanes and 40 parts per billion or less for haloacetic acids. These are about 2/3 of the EPA limits. And then in 2022, we continue our installation of auto flush hydrants with 5 more of them in 2022. The new ones are a little fancier than the old ones because they're designed to actually discharge directly into stormwater infrastructure rather than simply being dumped into a ditch, as the illustration you see here. In the sewer works, again, we'll operate both of our plants 24 hours a day, 365 days a year without violations of the permits. We hope to complete the analysis in 2021 for the Blucher Pool Basin industrial pretreatment program. What we would then do is work with EPA in 2022 to develop amendments to the sewer use ordinance, and then bring those to council hopefully next year, although EPA sometimes takes quite a while to get through that process. In the stormwater utility, we'll begin implementing the stormwater master plan that is being developed this year. This would ultimately require that we'll request ordinance changes to marry that program with the UDO and to publish the stormwater quality manual for the city. Operational optimization is the second budget goal. This is trying to automate processes and make better data-driven decisions. All the utilities will be involved in these budget goals. We're hoping to, or expecting to deploy at least 3 new analytical tools or dashboard applications that will be used inside CDU to make better, more efficient decisions. We will complete the execution of the asset management program for our 3 treatment plants by the end of the year. This year in 2021, we are completing the implementation of the asset management for the linear infrastructure, all the pipes and pumps and inlets and fire hydrants and so forth. We'll complete the deployment and implementation of the cloud and mobile tracking software for our sewage waste haulers. This is all part of the preferred pumper program. And we'll implement SCADA monitoring of pumps, flow rates, disinfectant levels, and the other operating parameters in at least one of our tanks and booster stations. Employee and leadership development is recruiting, developing, and retaining a workforce that's competent, motivated, adaptive, and safety-centered. We will continue, as the mayor has requested, to invest at least 1.5% of our personnel budget in each division for professional training. We work very hard to make sure that all the people who need licenses can keep those up to date. We'll ensure that every work site has at least 1 team member who's CPR certified, and we will continue our efforts to train our senior leadership in value stream mapping and other Lean and Six Sigma methodologies to improve our operating processes. Financial viability is planning for the full life cycle cost of our operations and the value of our water resources. All utilities are involved in this. We purchased the CityWorks enterprise management software in 2020. We're deploying it in 2021 for the linear infrastructure, and then, as I said, the plants in 2022. So one of the ultimate goals of asset management is to know what the cost of your the life cycle cost of your equipment, and to allow you to make better plans for equipment replacement and maintenance and so forth. We will be implementing CityWorks driven centralized work order and inventory systems through the plants to streamline work order processing and so forth there. Also, in the waterworks, when the rate case is over, we will implement the new rates within 60 days of final approval. That depends upon final IURC approval of the rate case. We'll also be conducting a sewer works rate review to bring to council next year, hopefully in the 3rd quarter of 2022. And similarly, we'll be reviewing the stormwater fee with an eye towards some additional infrastructure spending there as well in the 3rd quarter of 2022. And then finally, infrastructure strategy and performance is maintaining and enhancing the conditions of our assets at the lowest possible life cycle cost and acceptable risk. In the waterworks, a lot of this category is dedicated to water main replacement. Next year, we expect to spend about $2 million and replace up to 2.5 miles of pipe. This is based on the assumption that we will get the timely approval of our rate case and get it implemented in time. We also, thank you so much to council for your approval of the appropriation for the lead service line inventory last week. We plan to complete that by the end of the 3rd quarter next year. And then we have another between $3 and $4.4 million of capital projects at the Monroe plant and elsewhere that we would be hoping to complete next year. This includes coating and adding a mixing system to the east tank, belt filter press at the Monroe plant, and replacement of filter media at the Monroe plant. Again, these all depend on timely approval of the rate case. In the sewer works, we'll be completing the modernization and capacity improvement projects that we're doing at Dillman. This is overall about $23 million. And we, again, anticipate a significant reduction in electrical consumption for aeration. We'll also be lining between 5 and 6 miles of sewer pipe and doing other improvements with manholes and infrastructure at a budget cost of about $700,000 to $800,000. The stormwater utility, we plan to deploy about $100,000 to the residential stormwater grants program. This year, the big change that we want to make is we've discovered that some customers, some residents of the city find it difficult to understand exactly how to propose a project or how to design a project. We expect to contract with an engineering organization to be able to provide assistance with designs to level the playing field between the people who are requesting these grants. This has been a technical issue for some of our applicants that we want to try and make this work more effectively, especially in underserved portions of the community. And we'll complete the Hidden River Pathway project, which is going to cost about $13.2 million overall. So just looking at some budget highlights, in 2020, we endured a reduction in water revenue of about 7%. We had a similar reduction in revenue for sewer because they're tied together pretty closely. In 2021, we're experiencing about a 2% increase over what we saw in 2020. We're anticipating another, did I skip a slide? There's the revenue budgets, I'm sorry. A similar increase of maybe 2.5 or 2.7% in water in 2022. Sewer is very closely connected with water, and stormwater fee increases much more slowly. Just a quick word about how we do budgets. CBU budgets every dollar of anticipated revenue for each of the 3 utilities. We specifically call out numbers for the personnel, supplies, other services, and the water sinking fund, that's debt service on large projects. The remainder of the money is called ENR or other services. That's the money we have left over for doing capital maintenance and other kinds of projects. And you see as a rate cycle proceeds, you tend to have less and less ENR. And we're getting pretty low on it in the waterworks. So next year, we're anticipating essentially the same budget as this year, with a slight increase to ENR because we spent so little in 2021. Significant changes in the waterworks are just simply what you saw a moment ago, mostly level or just dealing with inflation. In the sewer works, we see a lot of the same thing. We're budgeting basically the same in 2022 as we did in 2021, plus adjusting for inflation. And we're seeing the ENR in the sewer works is going down significantly. And a lot of that is because some of that money is actually going towards the large project as well. At the Dillman project, I should say. Again, things are more or less just growing by inflation in the sewer works, and ENR is just adjusted according to whatever dollars are left from the other categories. And then finally, in the stormwater utility, we see a similar pattern as with the other utilities. It's more or less inflationary growth. The big change in 21 over 20 was the storm sinking fund. That's the bond for the Hidden River Pathway project. We do plan to budget $400,000 for our green infrastructure program again in 2022. Similarly, as the other utilities, the stormwater utility is mostly growing with inflation. So our budget request reflects the increases that align with all of our stated goals, continuous improvement in water quality and process efficiencies in the organization, water main replacement, improvements to the stormwater system, and climate action program expansion and planning for future demand in the sewer utility. Thanks so much for considering our budget and the opportunity to present tonight, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelson. You could unshare your screen. We can see more council members. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Rollo, start you with the first question from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Kelson. I guess I'll begin with an annexation question. If we were to proceed with annexation as the proposed areas, I'm wondering about sewer capacity and whether we will have adequate sewer capacity when we start hooking on sewers for residents in those areas.
Annexation is really doesn't really affect the process of adding sewer very much. Right now, the way it works is basically we sell the service. You have to buy the infrastructure to get it and then pay to connect to it. So that process won't change. We expect that sewer growth will continue roughly at the pace it's been growing in recent years, with one exception, and that is that right now we have this area A and area B. If you want to expand outside of our current service area and you're in area B, you have an extra step. You have to go to the utility service board to get permission to do that extension. So sewer extensions work exactly the same after annexation as they do before annexation.
Okay, just to be clear, so I was talking about sort of where it goes. I mean, will Dillman and Blucher Pool be up to an increase in essentially sewage that would be directed there?
Yes, and yes, I was just about to get there.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't filibustering, I promise. The project we're doing right now at Dillman ultimately gets us most of the way to being able to getting the plant to a 20 million gallon per day capacity. That project isn't doing anything with the digesters. We set that aside as we've been exploring this waste to energy concept. So when we finish the current project, we'll be coming back with another project to finish digesters, and that will get the plant to 20 million gallons per day of capacity. Blucher Pool similarly has sufficient capacity for the growth we anticipate to the north. I
see. Looks like I got a few seconds. Could I just ask you, you had a slide that was 2022 budget goals, employee leadership development, and it had a graph of incidents or accidents. I think the axis said accidents, the subtitle was incidents. Are those personal injuries that you were referring to? Go ahead.
Those are incidents related to all of our operations. So some of those are fender benders, some of those are cases, those kinds of things. They're not injuries.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to other questions later. Thanks.
Councilmember Scambolari.
Thank you. I have a couple COVID related questions too, and thank you for the presentation. I'm always in awe of all the moving parts you have to keep track of. We've talked several times in recent months about the financial hardship that COVID has created for a lot of individuals and families. Are there patterns we should be aware of that you've seen in bill paying or bill non-payment? Is there anything you could share with us on that?
Last year, we saw that we had an increase in the number of customers who were in arrears. That was also reflected in the increased use of the customer assistance program. We really aren't seeing that as much this year. It's more or less normal this year.
Okay, good. Do you see any reason it wouldn't continue that way, or do you think we've truly turned the corner on that?
I think on that particular aspect, we have pretty much turned the corner.
Good.
unless we go back into full lockdown again.
Okay, let's hope not. One of the things we talked about too, I think you might have just answered this question, but we talked about supply chain disruptions last year that concerned a lot of utilities, not just us, in terms of the chemicals we need to purify our water and so forth. May I assume that we are through those as well? And
Actually, not really. And some of the places you wouldn't expect it. Our water main replacement is dependent on our ability to get that pipe. The supply of pipe has been reduced, and it's coming a lot slower than it had been. Also, just recently, we've run into longer delivery times for things like chlorine for the disinfection of the water plant. So we are seeing some delays in those kinds of things.
okay. Anything that will cause a significant delay in our water main replacement or any?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, sounds good. I have a couple other questions, but I'll hold them until next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Kelson? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Kelson, thanks for all you do. You do a great job. Really appreciate it. I'm really happy that you're doing a lead-based pipe kind of identification. The question I wanted to ask is, do you test the water in Bloomington for lead?
Overall, what we do is we do two things. At the water plant, we do we deliver the water at a pH that makes sure that we're not corrosive to metals in the distribution system. So it's actually tending to lay down scale. Customers that have lead pipes or fear that they may have lead pipes or have lead in their homes, we'll test them for free. So all a customer needs to do is call, and we'll get samples and test those samples for lead.
Well, thank you. You anticipated my second question because of all the publicity that happened over the last few years. I was going to ask you if somebody has a concern, so they can just call utilities department and ask for their water to be tested.
They can.
Thank you very much.
It's free of charge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelson.
Can I add one more little point on that? And we also do have an ongoing testing program that's covered by the lead and copper rule from EPA. So we are actually constantly monitoring a number of locations in the system, a number of homes. So we do have volunteers who assist us with the lead and copper monitoring program as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kelson. I appreciated our phone conversation today. And while we are talking about water and testing, let's go to the mother source, Lake Monroe, and talk to us a little bit about the, the Monroe County Water Fund and how that interacts with Friends of Monroe County, or does it? I think the public would appreciate a description of that.
Certainly. Shortly after I started working at CBU in 2016, we began working with a group of folks who are wanting to establish a water fund. And a water fund is an umbrella organization created of stakeholders that is dedicated to recruiting donations for monies that can be used for watershed restoration projects or source water protection, those kinds of things. Specifically, Jane Martin, who is pretty well known to all of us in city government, was involved in that. The Nature Conservancy, Conservation Law Center at IU, CBU, and lots of other organizations. Friends of Lake Monroe has been involved in all of that. Monroe County Corps of Engineers and the DNR. So it's been pretty broad. Over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working to establish how that water fund would work. As we got to the end of that process, I really thought that it's best that the utility stays out of the business of choosing the people who are actually doing that work, because we're going to contribute to that work. So we want to leave the water fund to do that kind of kind of activity, because ultimately these kinds of things have to have ongoing sustained funding, and they're connecting up with the Chamber of Commerce and forestry folks and the farms and the neighboring counties and so forth. So it's a much broader participation through the water fund than if we were just simply giving donations to specific researchers. So that's the way that we've been going. I stepped aside from working on that, and but the city's representative on the board for the water fund is Alex Crowley. So he's the one who works directly with the board. So that's what it is. It's an umbrella funding organization that can give grants to anybody who's doing work in the watershed.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to follow up on that question and ask you, Mr. Kelson, about specifically the Friends of Lake Monroe and their 319 grant application that they would like to put in this coming year. And they have asked the city for about $68,000 in matching funds. They've asked the equal amount from the county. Where does that request stand with the city?
The request, we really haven't received a formal request at CBU, but our intention would be that that's the kind of thing that we would hope the water fund would be able to do. At this point, I'm not sure what the request is to do precisely, because we haven't seen the reports from the first phase. So I can't really judge the proposal of a second phase until I see what came out of the first phase. And so at this point, we really haven't been looking at it in detail, anticipate that those kinds of things could be funded through the water fund.
So does the city pay anything into the water fund?
Yes, we've dedicated monies to the water fund. Specifically, we've budgeted a grant to them to help them spin up the fundraising operations.
So how much does the city contribute to the water fund?
Well, at this point, I think we've committed, I think, $35,000 for 2022. That could be reviewed and revisited as we move forward and know more.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll follow up with you specifically about the Friends of Lake Monroe request and make sure you received what I believe all the council members received, and see how we can.
Well, I've received a couple of things over time, and we've discussed it, but it's not something we're including in our budget at this point.
Okay. Other questions, Councilmember Flaherty?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kelson. Like my colleagues, I'm always impressed by all the work your department does. And I very much appreciate the systems level analysis you all bring to everything, thinking about life cycles and replacement. Kind of following on that theme in the context of stormwater and stormwater management, I know our city climate action plan, for instance, has a goal asking or that we measure or identify anticipated volume requirements for meeting anticipated storm needs and identifying management systems that are capable, where we are and are not capable of meeting those projected needs. And kind of wanted to ask a bit more details. Is that something the stormwater management plan is tasked with identifying? And what is your general sense in terms of the future 10, 20, 30 years on, knowing that the intensity and frequency of rain events in our area is going to increase in certain times of the year? How are we positioned in terms of mitigating that?
I'd love to answer this question. I've just been told my internet connection is unstable, so if I break up, I'll be right back. Recently, we had a big flood downtown. We all know about this down on Kirkwood. That's a significant low place down there. It is ultimately served by the Hidden River project that we're working on right now. When that occurred, we're obviously, we still have another piece of that Hidden River project, and that's the inlet to it that actually would be near Sample Gate, between Sample Gates and Dunn Meadow. And so that would still have to be completed when we finish the current project. That will be, that's a project that we are including in the capital improvement plan for the stormwater utility proposal next year. But I'm by nature, my training is I'm an environmental modeler and a hydrological modeler. And we've been talking with the Corps of Engineers and some others about the prospect of developing a computational model of that watershed. It's a big watershed. It's got most of the IU campus. It goes up the hill up to 11th Street north of the area that was affected, and so forth. So we've reached out to the Corps of Engineers. They may be able to help with a partially funded program to do that kind of modeling, so we could look at these sort of freakishly large storms. I mean, the one that caused that flood, as Lou May mentioned, the water arrived very quickly and it left very quickly. And that also happened down on Kirkwood. And so we really don't have any modeling support or any tools right now for looking at that particular basin and making sure that we have whatever additional infrastructure we might need. So this is our first time to look into trying to do some computational modeling to make sense of large storm events. I think that's probably an archetype for how we're going to proceed on into the future. We're going to have to find troubled basins, especially the ones that are most prone to these flash flooding incidents during large storm events, and we'll be working that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Kelson? I'll go with Councilmember Sims since we're still in the first round of questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kelson. I've had the pleasure of being around with utilities and boards and watching you operate since you became the director. And I am liking the upward trend of how operations is going in many areas. Obviously, as you know, there's areas to be improved. But when looking at the employee and leadership development portion, and you say to invest at least 1.5% of CBU personnel budget for training and different areas of training. I specifically want to ask you in regards to the city's upcoming anti-racist training program. And where is CBU fit in there, and how do you envision that in helping your department and moving through the ranks?
We're actually in the process of organizing that in September at CBU. So next month is when we anticipate we'll be pulling all that together. All of our divisions will be involved. Our senior leadership has been through some training, but we'll be continuing to train the entire organization, and we'll be doing a lot of that work in the next month or two. So one of the challenges for us is we're big enough that we have to find large rooms to have meetings in. Because of COVID, we need a lot of spacing. Hopefully the boardroom will be, we're in the process of doing boardroom improvements, which I think will make it a lot easier to make the training work effectively.
Okay, thank you. I trust your creativity in getting that done and finding your space needs. To piggyback a little bit on the Friends of Lake Monroe and our watershed issues, over the years, and we've had relationships with them and different leadership and that sort of thing. And it seems to me, in my experience sitting on the board, that we've had some great years of having great relationships and some that are not so great, depending on one's viewpoint. I guess, where are we now? Or how do you feel from a relationship standpoint? Not to put you on the spot, but I know it's been up and down and up and down. And I'd like to see that.
Specifically, we've been working. We've been assisting with the 319 process quite a lot. Last year we spent about $22,000. Well, what we did was we provided them with services that would have cost them $22,000 in kind services. We're heading towards doing that again this year. When the new gauge was installed over in Kurtz, Indiana, on the South Fork of Salt Creek, the original plan was that the Friends would be doing a regular monthly samples, but that they'd also be doing sampling after major storm events. It turned out that they just couldn't make that work with the budget that they had. And what ended up happening is that people from our environmental group are going out and doing that sampling. And I've actually gone out there too. It's kind of a nice drive over there. So we are helping with all of these kinds of things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Sorry.
Thank you. I was going to say I'm out of time, and I may follow up with the next round. Thank you very much.
Are there any other first round questions for Mr. Kelson? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Rallo, you have another question?
Yeah, I do. Maybe a couple more, but this one has to do with the Hidden River project. Director Kelson, I wondered if it's on budget and time schedule, and am I correct? It was the funding was fee-based. We included it in our fee increase. Is that correct?
We bonded for that project based on the stormwater fee increase of 2019. The project was scheduled for, was planned as a 2-year project. When our contractors started working on it, they thought that they could finish it far sooner than that, but we've hit a snag. And that is that at 3rd and Lincoln, there's the building at 3rd and Lincoln that was the Senage Salon building there. That used to be a dry cleaners, as it was when I got to Bloomington in 1990. And dry cleaner locations oftentimes have soil contamination nearby, and contaminated soils were encountered at that location when some of the early work on this project was being done. So we've completed an assessment of the extent of the contaminated soil and what needs to be moved. We have to move it one container load at a time and have those containers tested. And those tests take a week or 2 to get back before we can ultimately dispose of the soil. So right now we can do them in batches. We have, I think, 48 or 49 roll-off containers that are parked down at the Winston Thomas site as we're going through this process. So once that's done, we'll be able to get rolling again. We anticipate getting into 3rd Street in November. We will close 1 lane at a time as we go across.
So does that represent a significant increase on the 13 million that was anticipated for the project?
It looks like it's going to be $700,000 or $800,000 by the time we get done. We're fairly confident that we'll be able to recover part of it from various insurers that have been covering both the source of the pollution and the city itself over time. So we're cautiously optimistic that we can get some of that money back.
I see. Okay, with 40 seconds remaining, could you update us on the detention pond in Deer Park? Is that happening soon? Is it on its way?
It's on its way. It's been through, it went through the plan review process, planning department. There were some concerns about the proximity of rain gardens and right-of-way issues, but I believe those are all sorted out, and we're getting ready to put it out for bid.
Okay, so it's coming soon.
Coming soon.
Great, thank you.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Scamillary?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kelson, I'm sorry, could I trouble you to put your slides back up, and in particular the budget highlights for either waterworks or sewer works, one of those. Sorry.
You may get into questions I don't know the answer to, but fortunately Laura's here. Laura, be ready. Yeah. Okay.
Great, thank you. So if I understood you correctly, other services, E&R, that number, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, that number gets smaller and smaller the longer we go without a rate adjustment.
That's right.
Is that correct? All right.
Yeah.
Is that is that an ideal number for percentage of budget? Is there a target that we want to have available for ENR, or?
Well, you need to have enough money there to do the projects that you anticipate needing to do.
So there's no standard benchmark for, you want
no
22% of your budget to be available to do this.
No, what we'll do is we'll be looking at the capital improvement plan to see what projects we could or couldn't do in a specific year. The other thing about ENR is if we have a year where the revenue falls off dramatically, then we may have to spend down from cash or delay projects. Okay.
And I'm not sure if this question is still relevant or not, but I'll ask it anyway. All right, so let's suppose thank you for doing the cost of service study that actually generated a lot more discussion among constituents than I thought it would. Let's say that passes in early 2022, I think you said, and we adjust our rates not long after that. How long will it take for us to get back to a level we want? Are we that far off? Will it take years? Will it take a year? And I appreciate what you said about it depends on what we want to accomplish in a given year. But I think we all feel that the pressure, no pun intended, around water mains.
Well, certainly. And actually, if you look at this table, if you look at ENR in 2020, even though we had a large decline in revenue, we spent more in ENR in 2020 than we are this year or will next year. A lot of that's because once those projects are started and the work is being done, we're going to do the project and pay for it out of cash, which may mean at the beginning of the next year, in this case 2021, there just wasn't that much cash left. So that's part of why 2021 is low this year. But back to your more specifically to the question, the way we do this is at the time that we do the rate case, and once the rate case is approved, which actually could happen as soon as September or October, if we achieve a settlement with the other parties, we could settle that thing before the end of the year, in which case we could put it into effect before the end of the year. The IURC has until February to finally rule on it. So that's why we're planning on that calendar. Basically what happens is once we get approval and enact the tariff, then what will happen is we'll be coming to council for a bond to pay for a significant chunk of the project. So we will spin the projects up right away, especially the ones at the plant. And then the water main replacement, the first year of water main replacement will be partially funded from the bond, but then the rest of the water main replacement will all be funded, on a pay-go basis as we continue forward.
All right, we are over time here.
I'm way over time.
Sorry.
My apologies. So.
All right, if you could unshare that screen, thank you. Councilmember Boland.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kelson, thanks for the presentation as always. One thing that has come up in listening to this discussion, I wonder, did Kirkwood suffer some of the worst of the flooding because it has more commercial or just it's a more densely built place? Or did we happen to just locate part of our downtown over one of the most flood prone, problematic places that we could within the city limits? What's your take on that?
That's a good question. The answer is yes, a little bit of both. First of all, the corner of Kirkwood and Dunn is one of the low spots. It's a real low
the
spot
low spots in the city, you mean?
In the region, and certainly in that watershed. So it's a place where a lot of water can get there in the first place. And then in the second place, the whole area is built out. So there's streets and buildings everywhere. If you go to IU, they've added, since the culvert was built in the 1920s, the existing culvert was built, there's been a lot of parking lots built over at IU, not always with detention associated with them. So as the whole area has built out over that 100 and some odd years, its ability to hold back water has declined. And then you couple with that these very large storms that we've received the last several years, especially that storm in June. it all combines together to make a really difficult situation. We'll finish the Hidden River project. We'll add the upstream inlet for the Hidden River project after that, and we'll be conducting the modeling study to see how bad that storm might hurt us if it came back again, and try to get some ideas about what additional things we might need to do, or whether that infrastructure would be sufficient to contain a storm like that.
So do you think that the project you're working on isn't really going to bear full fruit until that inlet is put in?
It won't fully yet reach its full fruition until that's completed. That's right.
And where's the exact location of the inlet that you have to install?
It's right there at Indiana, where well, I call it Clear Creek, Jordan River, Campus River, whatever you want to call it.
So it's basically between
right there.
Kirkwood and 6th.
That's right. Yeah, nearly at 6th and Kirkwood, over there near Franklin Hall. You can see where the creek comes up to the road. There's an inlet there.
Yeah. All right. Well, looking forward to seeing that installed. Thank you.
And by the way, we've accelerated the planning for that project. We're starting the engineering study for the design of that. Even as we speak, we had a meeting about it today, and it will
my time
affect
is
both
up.
us.
So
yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I guess mine is too. Sorry.
So I wanted to ask a second round question, and that is about the stormwater in a broad sense, and how CBU views green infrastructure. Do you consult perhaps with city planning and others in engineering in the city as far as green space and maintaining green space where possible in the city in order to mitigate stormwater impacts?
I don't know that we're really that much involved in green space per se. When there are projects that would affect it, we do get an opportunity to talk with the other departments about green infrastructure and how that could improve our stormwater situation. Eventually, we're going to have to start looking at some more downstream types of projects as well that could definitely benefit from either expanding green space or taking advantage of existing green space. But specifically on retaining green space, that's really not part of our process, but we certainly work with other departments to take advantage of green space when we can to manage stormwater.
As far as you know, is there an inventory of public green space in the city?
That I don't know. And I'm sure Parks has an inventory of Parks properties, and we have an inventory of ours, but I don't know specifically about a green space inventory. Certainly for things that are like this. Councilmember Rollo brought up the Deer Park project. That's actually not on our property. That was actually the Deer Park management folks agreed to allow us to put detention there to protect that neighborhood. And that may be another model going forward for how we can deal with these kinds of things.
I can ask at Planning and Transportation on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there other questions for Mr. Kelson before we go to the public? Yes, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Kelson, considering annexation and the potential expansion of the boundaries, can you talk a little bit about what the potential impact on rates for consumers and or your budget?
It really, for water and sewer, it won't affect very much at all because we're already, the customers we have we have customers inside the city and outside the city. We'll lose a little bit of revenue on the sewer side because outside city sewer customers pay a little bit more. So that revenue would go down a little bit. On the stormwater side, we would start collecting the stormwater fee from all the residences in the areas that are annexed. So that would increase our stormwater revenue and also increase our stormwater budget at the same time.
is there a certain charge that do people have to hook on to the sewer if they're annexed?
Actually, they have to add, if there's the way the rules work, the law, the state law actually is that if you're on a septic tank and your house is 300 feet from a sewer main, then if your septic tank fails, you can't put a new one in. You have to connect to the sewer. So that's the rule, whether you're in the city or not. So the issue there is proximity of a particular dwelling to an existing sewer main. Now, if new developments happen, or if neighborhoods decide they want to add sewer to their neighborhoods, and then we build extensions into those neighborhoods, then people would have to connect up to that. The day we put them in, about a little over half of them would have to connect, and then the others would connect over time as their septic tanks failed.
And do you have an estimate? How much is it to hook onto a sewer line for the consumer?
Our connection fee is $2,800, or right around $2,800. That includes a system development charge for increasing plant capacity over time. In the case where you have a septic tank, and this is true in the city as well, if you remove a septic tank and properly decommission it, we will waive the sewer connection fee, that $2,800, because it will actually pay for it out of the stormwater utility, because septic is a huge risk for stormwater. So we've been doing that. Anything that if the water that lands on your property flows into the city's MS4, we'll offer that connection fee waiver.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any further questions from council members on the utilities budget? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the public. If there's any member of the public who would like to make a comment about the budget proposal from City of Bloomington Utilities, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can send a note via chat to the meeting host, and Ms. Lacey will facilitate.
I do not have any takers in the chat, or well, I also do not have any in the with a raised hand.
All right, we'll give it just another moment. Still nothing, Ms. Lacey?
Still nothing.
All right, thank you. We'll come back to council members for debate and comment on the CBU budget. Would anybody like to make a comment? Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you. Well, Director Kelson, I think you do an extraordinary job at utilities, and as has already been commented, there's so many moving parts there. It's mind-boggling, and I think we're well placed for keeping the quality of water as to the extraordinary quality that it is, and I'm very satisfied with the various projects. I look forward to talking to you more about funding for the Lake Monroe watershed, and because that seems to be a very important project moving forward, since we're using that as our water source. It's important to keep it clean from the essentially the upstream. So I appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comments? All right. Seeing none, I will entertain a do pass motion.
Move to pass.
Second.
All right. I will just call your name as I see it. Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sims.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty,
Yes.
Councilmember Volin,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Councilmember Rallo,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. So we have a do pass recommendation for the CBU budget of 900. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelson.
So much. Have a good night.
And now we are moving on to the Bloomington Fire Department with Chief Jason Moore. So Ms. Lacey, how much time do we have for this presentation?
20 minutes have been allotted for this presentation.
Thank you. And Chief Moore, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Jason Moore. I'm the fire chief for the city of Bloomington. And this is my 6th presentation to this council. And I want to go ahead and start with thanking you for your prior commitment to our department. When we talk about why we exist, you got to see a lot of examples with the past flooding, with COVID. And I don't have to explain this very well for people to understand, but we provide excellent public safety. And then we do that through fire prevention, public education, emergency management, mitigation. But this past year has really kind of altered our mission a little bit. Obviously, there's a lot of things we can do that fit within the mission of saving lives. So with COVID and everything else, we've really gotten out into a branch of public health. And that will be something that we discuss in this 2022 presentation. Before I go on, I also want to make sure that we thank all of our firefighters who have dealt with a lot of things that have been thrown at them. You know, between floods, COVID, the normal workload, everything has continued, and we never stop providing services to all the citizens during all these trying times. Our background, there are 110 full-time equivalents. We operate out of 4 divisions, which in 2022, I will be discussing how we may alter that slightly. But operations, which is the big red trucks, the people that are out responding, training and education are those who prepare all of our operational firefighters. Prevention and investigation, we're going to be combining, but prevention is really that getting out, educating, and making sure that people understand how to prevent risk. And it's not just fires anymore, it's all risk. And then obviously investigation is we want to, if something does go wrong, figure out why it went wrong and how we can prevent that from going wrong again. Our major initiatives, we talk about community risk reduction. You know, we are not just in the business of responding anymore. We want to start identifying those risks and saving lives before they're ever in danger. We have tried many innovative emergency response solutions over the years, everything from the smaller SUV, different equipment packages, and even to the point of how we're dispatching our firefighters now. These are all innovations that are supposed to improve efficiency and leave us open to do our primary mission. We've talked about in the past how workforce diversification is an issue for us. It will continue to be on our agenda. In fact, this is one of those things that just never go away. You always learn, you always grow, you always get better to make sure that you are representing the community you serve. If you can notice between the flooding and some others, some of you contacted me, but station renovations, capital replacement, we're very proud that for the first time in most likely several decades that we are operating out of an entirely new fleet from frontline vehicles. They are all standardized and it makes our jobs way easier. And we're now moving on to those really big things like fire stations and improving the quality of life for the firefighters and for everyone that we go out and serve. Enhanced employee training and education. Again, that's been a big thing since we've been here, drastically improving our hours. We're constantly reviewing that, revising it. We're not just happy with status quo. We want to make sure that we are getting better. And then obviously firefighter safety and health. We want to take care of those that are serving our community. So 2021 budget goal updates, our emergency operations. We want to provide an appropriate response. We were pointed out during our state of the public safety that our metrics were off. We have identified that, we have fixed that, and you will see a correction in our 2022 budget goals that will align with how we want to report these things. And it'll also explain why, when our stats look like they're off, why we're still being successful. We are currently working on a written 5-year strategic plan. As far as we can tell, this department has never really had a written strategic plan. There was one attempt with a prior chief many, many years ago, but this is important for us that it's not just up in our heads. We want to get community input, obviously council input, and we want to make sure that we think about things like annexation and where we're going to be more than just right now. We are done with this year's capital replacements, but we are constantly going to make sure that we stay ahead of this so we do not fall behind and have our fleet and other equipment get to the point where it is in dire need and almost dangerous to use. And obviously continuing major renovation projects at the fire stations. A few of those projects are on hold because of the flooding, but we are still working on improving some of the stations and getting ahead of some of our maintenance issues. For fire prevention, after all this is done between annexation and the budget hearings, we do plan on bringing an updated fire ordinance to the council for approval. This has been very well thought out. It has to go through a lot of steps at the state before we can even bring it back local for approval. But essentially, we want to put some teeth back in prevention, and we really want to start enforcing what is available for us to enforce to drive down the calls that we're dealing with that are actually pulling away resources that should be better used somewhere else. We've had a goal of making a contact with every business every year. We have never met that goal, but that does not mean it is not important. We will not continue to try to meet that goal. And obviously, COVID taught us that we need to be more innovative in our solutions to make sure we can get education out to all the schools and into university. And I will tell you that all of those investments are paying off. In fact, over the past 5 years, we've had a 31% reduction in fires. It also gets into 11 confirmed saves. And everything that we're doing is making a major impact for the fact that we've had 0 fire fatalities in the past 4 years. Training and education. We mentioned that we have diversity initiatives, and it's not just good enough to talk about it. We need to constantly be reminded of it, understanding what is going right, what is going wrong, and how we can be better. We have a goal of ensuring 100% of our employees receive diversity inclusion training by the end of the year. And short of a few that were on leave or vacation, we're almost near that goal. In fact, I know Director Kelson mentioned that they're having some of that training. We do have a few employees that will be going that direction to make sure they receive that training. We want to make sure we maintain training hours. You know, it's not just good enough to get over the goal and get the certification and say, I know everything. It's a very complicated job. It's constantly changing, altering, building construction, everything that goes into our job. We want to make sure that we're staying proficient at. And then we're working on analyzing responses to look at the overall effectiveness and start looking at those corrective training programs. For investigations, we've already met all of those goals. The continuing hours of education for investigation personnel, again, making sure that they understand what they're looking for, trends, analysis, all of that. The innovative solutions, we have 360 camera if we need it. You know, we've got a lot of solutions that have been working with that. You know, for the first time that I am aware of, we were able to use footage from our thermal imagers as evidence. So those are all really, really important things. So let's get into our 2022 budget goals. Emergency operations, again, we're excellent around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see things like the picture here. A lot of people don't realize that we do a lot more than fire. I will also point out that as we go on and we start talking about strategic planning, I would really encourage all of you to read the 21st Century Fire and Emergency Service Report that was published last year. That is something that was developed that is kind of guiding and should let us know which directions we should be thinking on a national level that we can start implementing at a local level to get ahead of some of our community trends. So this is some of the updated things that I talked about. The standards you see on the screen now, which look at turnout time, travel time, the travel time of the total response, this is directly out of the National Fire Protection Association standards. This is also directly what the ISO evaluators look for. Turnout time is from the time we receive the call from dispatch until we get on the trucks. You'll notice that there is a difference between structure fire calls, the other emergencies, and EMS calls. The big deal is it takes longer to put on the fire gear. Travel time is pretty much the same for most of them, and that is from the time we leave the station until we arrive on scene. We are shooting for 90% of the time on structure fire calls, and we're looking at the 4 minutes or less, 90% of the time for EMS calls. The travel time for all other emergencies, understanding that a lot of these may not be as emergent, there is a 5 minute or less time. And then what I really want to point out on this is the total response force. A municipal fire service is successful not only because of how quickly they get there, but also how quickly all of us get there. So when we talk about where stations are located, how far apart they are, it's not just the immediate area, it's how close the other resources get there. If there is a significant delay in that second time that we're really looking at, you have a lot of bad outcomes. So by maintaining these, looking at how we're doing on these are the legitimate national standards that we are trying to reach. And with that, we should continue to see positive outcomes. We also want to look at developing a quality assurance program. One of the positions that we've asked for this year is an assistant chief of administration planning. We have always wanted to do this. We just lacked the actual capacity. So this position will be tasked with reviewing 100% of the calls that require second alarm or greater. And what that means is if we get there and we realize we need more resources than what we initially sent, that's the second alarm. We also want to make sure that we're fully looking at anything that had a fatality or a firefighter near miss. And then again, a lot of what we do is EMS or other calls. We want to start reviewing 10% of those that require an intervention. Intervention being a medication or some type of treatment. We obviously want to continue our efforts to increase interoperability with other fire agencies within Monroe County and the state of Indiana. For fire prevention investigations, I mentioned that we were kind of combining these two divisions from our previous goals. A lot of this comes down to that you created that fire marshal position with the deputy fire marshal. And it makes a lot of sense for those that are helping prevent fires. They're also the ones that are investigating those fires, that it's all kind of grouped into one division. So this is now a seamless thing that we're looking at where we're going to investigate 100% of the fires. We're going to make sure we're making those community contacts. We're getting out to the schools, working with the Red Cross. We looked at installing smoke detectors or replacing batteries. 88% of fire fatalities historically within the city of Bloomington were in areas that did not have working smoke detectors. So it is important to us that we maintain and we continue to forward that mission. For training and education, great picture here. This was from some of our diversity training that we just completed. But not only do we want to focus on what we need to be operationally sound, we also want to look at things we could do to reduce firefighter injuries, enhance the department diversity, and ensure the safety of our community. So again, we're going to make sure we provide that 420 hours per firefighter, 24 hours of EMS training. We're sticking with the 100% of employees receive diversity inclusion training. We want to make sure we're hosting classes from outside the Southern Indiana region. There are a lot of trends and things that happen that maybe don't affect us right now, but we could be learning from outside entities and just seeing what the rest of the world's dealing with. And because we do have a lot of new people, making sure we're providing instruction on the 40 new certifications. That is part of our plan that we have, the career progression plan and promotion guide, so that we continue to build and invest in our employees. The last section I saved a lot of my time for because it is new. It is something that if you read that 21st Century Fire Emergency Service Report, if you look at how our community has changed even over the 5 years I've been here, there is obviously something that has changed. And you cannot continue to use the same tools. You cannot continue to approach problems the same way. And our department is embracing this community care as being a part of our mission. I told you it was easy because the fact is this will save lives. What we're asking for in this is 2 positions that will start looking at some of those chronic and short-term medical conditions. We go to calls where, if it had just been properly managed medications, we would have never been there. We go to calls where someone has a crisis and there is no follow-up care. Working with our community partners and making sure that this isn't just a spin-off, a new thing that we're doing on our own out to the side. This is going to be fully integrated. We're going to be working with the police department, with their social workers, with their community service specialists, and all the other entities that are out there that are already trying to help people. What is different about this, and this is what we were going to refer to as a mobile integrated healthcare, is that we want to be there before and we want to be there after. And what we can focus on for at least year 1 is to start looking at those high users of the system, the ones that are called, people call 911 a lot for. We can also look at a lot of things that we know that there are long-term solutions already in the community that we just need to get people connected with. So we do have 2 goals related to this new division with our department. We want to fully establish that mobile integrated healthcare program by Q2. There is an entire state process to do that. If approved, we will go ahead and start that state process this year using Recover Forward money that was already allocated. And then we will not call it a success until we actually have the 2 community care coordinators. We've integrated them again. This is not a spinoff, is not just us doing our own thing off the side. We really want to be integrated with those existing providers. And then we need to make sure we're actually providing care. So it's one thing to say we're going to do great things. It's another to actually have proof of people we've helped. And then because this is getting us into this medical world beyond just the emergency medical, we want to make sure we evaluate the potential and feasibility of maybe having a billing service. We're not talking about billing people that are using the service, but maybe going through their insurance to see if we can recoup any of the cost of doing these extra things for these people. There is money in there from Recover Forward Phase 3, that is the American Rescue Plan Act. $375,000 has been allocated for operational revenue replacement. And what that brings us to is our budget highlights. Our overall budget is almost $13 million. That is an increase of 5%. Some of the big things, we have 2% increases for our union employees. That was negotiated and agreed upon. And then for non-union employees, it has been announced that there's a 2.75% increase. The other big portion of why Category 1 went up, there is the positions we've already talked about, the Assistant Chief of Administration and Planning, those 2 community care coordinators, but there is also a part-time administrative assistant. A long time ago, our administrative assistant we currently have was the part-time. When she moved up to full-time, the part-time was never backfilled. So this is reestablishing some much needed help for payrolls, claims, and just generalized work that we're doing. Our supply request is a decrease of 13%. A lot of the things that we've been buying, the large apparatus, the new equipment, we're caught up. We just want to make sure we stay in that replacement cycle so we don't get behind again. But we do see those decreases because we're buying a lot of new equipment with the apparatus. Category 3 is it's a little bit of a tricky one with our 2 budget lines or funds that we use, which is the general fund and the PS lit. It shows a decrease of 28%. If I could just go back, the $375,000 for operational revenue replacement is solely dedicated to Category 3 if approved. So that is actually a $45,000 increase overall. And the big thing that we're adding in that is a athletic trainer for our firefighters. We're making sure they're healthy when we bring them on, and we want to make sure we continue to bring them, keep them healthy. We also want to make sure that we improve those return to works after injuries, and we're preventing injuries so that we can help with some of the stated goals from risk of reducing those workers' compensation claims. Category 4, obviously in the fire department, that's where a lot of our money goes to, is these big capital items. In line 442, that's replacement of radios and radio equipment. We have been buying a lot of radios with the apparatus when we replace them, but in some of the leaner years, we had to move older radios over. We just want to make sure that we stay on top of that and we have good functioning equipment. There is also a desire to have some mobile repeaters and other enhancements to our radio network to handle some of our dead spots. For motor equipment, there's $150,000 to replace the brush truck. That does go out into areas like Lake Griffey, some of the parks. In fact, it's been moved down to Station 5 and has helped us out a lot in Switchyard Park. There's $100,000 for replacing the confined space rescue truck. We are a confined space rescue entity for the city, for IU, and for CBU. And just for your awareness, when we talk about whether we should do it or not, there's about 97 confined spaces that we're aware of just on IU campus alone. For the other capital outlays, there's $600,000 for station updates. And then I really wanted to take a moment to talk about this joint engineering ITS project. It seems, kind of cryptic, but what that is a study that will help us build computer models that will help us answer some very hard questions like where do fire stations go? What happens if we want to put traffic calming devices in these areas? Right now, we go out and we spend a lot of time driving these, evaluating that. This will build a computer model to help us answer those questions. Overall, you can see it is a 5% increase that we are asking for. And there is the ARPA funds, the 375 that we've already talked about. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank our firefighters for the work they do every day. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief Moore. And before we go into questions, I just want to remind both my colleagues and the chief and other staff who may be answering questions that we do want to stick to 3 minutes per round. That includes the question and the answer. All right. I think I saw Councilmember Sims first.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason, or Chief Moore, for the presentation. And please thank all of our officers for their service, and even our non-officer personnel. It takes a lot to keep a good fire department going. In your 5 years, we've had a lot of discussion about diversity within the ranks of your department. And I'd just like, if you could speak on that just for a second. What are some of your recruitment goals along those lines? And also, I'm interested in upward mobility opportunities for many in your department, but specifically for potentially for diverse individuals.
Great. Great questions, and I'm more than happy to talk about this. So we've talked about our struggles, and some of our struggles in the past have been really kind of how the state outlined where we had to recruit from. So when I got here 5 years ago, we had to be within this county or a contiguous county. Last year, they changed where it had to be within 50 miles. And this year, they went all out and said there are no longer any residency requirements. You just have to have a phone and a vehicle that can get you to work. With that being said, if you looked at all of our surrounding communities that we were kind of limited to in the past, you add those all together, we were on par with what that demographic looks like. We're now able to recruit anywhere in the state. The last process we went through, we drastically improved. When I got here, I think the hiring process was about a 2.2% diversity profile. This last one that we went through was significantly higher. We just had our largest and most diverse recruit class ever go through. And just to put it on par so that we have these numbers out, when we did some of our diversity training, we got a survey of what the current diversity is. And we're sitting around 12%, and that considers the 6 ethnic minorities, the 5 that identify as female, and 2 LGBTQ plus members. We are constantly out looking where we can recruit better. And again, when I got here, it was an article in the Herald Times for one day. We are doing a lot of outreach, going out to minority-owned businesses, getting out into the community, and really, we're really happy with the fact that we now have enough diversity where we can have a diversity committee to help us think about where else we can go.
Okay, thank you very much. In the 30 seconds or so, 20 seconds left, we talked about homegrown opportunities through the Hoosier Hills training and that sort of thing with some of our younger folks. How is that going? You got about 10 seconds, sorry.
Yep, 10 seconds, I can do this. We continue to support Hoosier Hills wholly, and we have been encouraged not only through Hoosier Hills, but Ivy Tech to bring better diversity to those programs.
Thank you, did great, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you, Chief Moore. I want to appreciate publicly the personal tour you took me on after the flood, where I got to see the old headquarters, and then you were starting to move into your new digs. So my question is, how's that going? How are you recovering? And what's the status?
Well, first off, thank you for coming out. And I'll extend that invitation to any council member that wants to see. The damage at the old headquarters, as we're calling it now, is still substantial. We're still waiting on damage estimates for some parts of that. And the other thing that we're identifying is the longer that it's sitting there, the more that we're getting to dig into it, the worse it is. So it's not just the flood damage. Potentially we're getting mold testing done now. I don't know if any of you have gone by there, but it is constantly outpouring water from the sump pumps. So something has happened where if the sump pumps stop running, that basement will fill back with water pretty quickly. The new, what we're calling temporary headquarters, because it is not our permanent location, is up and running, 100% operational at this point. So we do have a temporary bay. If you're walking by the B line, you'll see it. We do have all of the firefighters that run on the engine, the squad, the battalion that are here 24 hours a day now. We are very well settled into it, and we want to thank everyone that had to really work hard to make that happen. I just attended an international conference, and when you talk with your peers around the country about losing a headquarters station and within 6 weeks have a fully operational station back, it's hard for a lot of them to even try to believe that. So it took a lot of innovation. It took a lot of hard work, from especially on behalf of the station captain from headquarters, Deputy Chief Washell, and a lot of others. But we are settled in, and we are now in a place where we can calm down and start thinking about what the next steps are without having to rush.
Yeah, again, thank you. And I want to thank you too for your description of how not only did you have people coming in all hands on deck trying to rescue equipment and stuff from your headquarters, but also how you were helping the other individuals in the area who were also suffering in the really intense flood. So thank you very much.
Questions? Remember, we're on question period. So are there questions for Chief Moore? Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Chief Moore. My question is sort of a perennial one, and that is, and it has to do with your focus on response time, which I appreciate, and I'm very pleased to see that 96% are within 8 minutes. My question has to do with facilities anticipating future development, which would likely be in the southwest quadrant of the city, and wedded with annexation. I'm concerned about capacity. I know that for many decades now, we've been talking about a future facility on the southwest side. I assume that's still a need. Could you talk about, are there discussions planning for future facilities like that?
Yes, I'd like to refer you to our 10-year plan. There are a lot of stations on that 10-year plan. They are in that last column without a date at this point. Obviously, things like headquarters flooding changed the dynamic of what we were looking at. We did have an engineering study completed a couple of years ago that I identified several of our stations that were due for replacement. And that's part of why we're really kind of waiting on this 5-year plan to see how this annexation plays out. There are a lot of I'll say interesting things with our department. There are protective laws that have been passed. We don't know if they apply. We do know that if the annexation does go through as it has been portrayed now, that we will have to see some growth. When we get into where stations go and how stations go, I think there's a lot that has to come down to that protective law. If our boundaries are forever fixed, so to speak, that will be way different than if we're planning on future growth and other annexation opportunities potentially in the future. What I will tell you is these are not snap decisions. These are, when you look at them, those are 50 to 75-year buildings that you plan on. So it's not just what do we need now, it's where do we think the community is going to grow. And I will tell you that we are constantly considering where stations should be and if we're properly staffed.
Thank you for that, and I'll look to your 10-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take a bite of the apple since we're talking about the 10-year plan. That was where my question lies. So the capital plan shows $300,000 for Station 1 repairs and $300,000 for Station 2 repairs in 2022. Now, certainly for Station 1, the downtown station, that seems not enough to recover from the flood. So could you speak to that a little bit and what other capital expenditures we might need to make soon?
Yep, absolutely. We are still balancing out what may be an insurance claim. Obviously, we want to be smart about it. The overall, it's $600,000 that we're looking for stations. They originally earmarked for 1 and 2. If it turns out that Station 1 is not feasible, then we would just jump ahead on Station 2 or some of the other stations that have needs. But You're right. We're already at over $500,000 for damage estimates on that building. So we're at a point now is, is it even a valuable investment in that structure? I will tell you that the mayor mentioned it, that kind of all options are on the table. By us getting settled in a temporary headquarters, we can now think strategically about this. We can also wait until annexation is settled, because if it changes our footprint, it would change where stations need to go. And we're not opposed to thinking even beyond just duplicating what we had. The fire station itself needs to be in a particular place, but not headquarters. The admin staff could be anywhere. So we're looking at a lot of different aspects and a lot of different pieces, but you are right. 300,000 is not enough to take care of what's going on at Station 1 at this point. That is just going off of the plan that was built by the engineers that did the station evaluation. And we are trying to follow that plan until we know any different or any better.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Sorry, my hand I feel is blurred sometimes with my blurred background. Thank you, Chief Moore, for the presentation, and thank you to everyone with the fire department for their service. Absolutely. Wanted to follow up though on one of the newer programs, the Ask for Community Care program, and establishing that. I noted in your memo that this will be following the state's mobile integrated healthcare program. I was wondering if you could tell us just a bit more about what the state requirements are, how that's structured. One of the, I think, goals highlighted is a focus on preventing 911 calls for service by working with other service providers and addressing issues that may need not be a 911 call necessarily. So yeah, if you could explain a little more about the program, how its success will be measured, and maybe some of the best practices from other communities or other departments in relation to that have helped guide this decision and request.
Great. Well, great question, and I really appreciate it. So the state has an entire application process. In April of this year, it was just published, and that is there to help guide departments like ours that want to get into this business, that think that it would serve our community. What really goes into it is a lot of what we've already done to have emergency medical service. So we have to have a doctor that supports us, a medical director. We have to have policies, procedures. We actually have to build all of the metrics of success. And this is not just one of those that you just pick a number out of the air and say, I think we're going to do this year. So part of this process between now and the time we can implement it is seeing what the current capacities are at the emergency room, the use of 911 system, and it goes beyond just our fire department. We only respond to critical care calls. The ambulance service is overloaded as well. So our standards and metrics are going to be looking at, for first year, is targeting that low-hanging fruit, so to speak, the high users of the system. If we could handle at least the top 10 users of the 911 service that the Bloomington Fire Department responds to, it could reduce several hundred calls a year. So taking that to the next step of how do we integrate, how do we look at what success looks like. I'm not interested necessarily in the revolving door. How many people did we serve? I'd love to see how many people we actually improve their lives. A lot of social service programs get into this. How many people did we see? How many people do we serve? I am more interested in actually making a change, improving somebody's life, and getting them so that they're not constantly stepping into that emergency service safety net that exists for true, legitimate emergencies.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there other questions for Chief Moore? Yes, Councilmember President Sims.
Are we still in first round or second round? Or does it matter? You're muted.
Yeah, yours was the only hand I saw, so go for it.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up a little bit, Chief Moore, on it might have been part of the community care coordinators, but you were talking about a billing service through the insurance. And you said this wasn't an individual billing, but rather through their insurance. Is that, and then you said it was for extra things. And I wasn't clear on what those extra things were. I don't know the process of billing someone's, like I may not get billed, but you may bill my insurance company. Am I saying this correctly? That seems, well, I'll just let you explain.
Yeah, so I think the easiest thing to say is when you start talking about billing, a lot of people get really concerned that they're already paying taxes. Now we're double charging. What this is this goes beyond the scope of our department. And there are a lot of programs out there that help make these programs sustainable, and they do look at insurance billing. So it's not only looking at whether they have insurance or not, it's helping certain people to get insurance so that they can receive the medical care that they need. So when I say that we're not billing directly to people, if we come out, I'm not going to send that person a bill. What I say for above and beyond, we are chartered to do emergency medical service at this point. When we get into those pre-cares and post-cares, that's kind of out of our scope a little bit, but it does get into that scope of that public health programming, which is billable under certain insurance programs. So again, that's why I'm saying we got to look at the feasibility. We got to make sure that we can recoup costs and then look at the cost of what it would take to actually bill people and try to recoup those costs to make sure that we're not digging a deeper hole by providing the service.
So have you had discussions with our local healthcare providers? Otherwise, you're right, this is a bit beyond the scope of BFD at this point. And it's a little bit concerning, maybe because I just don't understand it. If you could elaborate just a bit more, you got about 45 seconds.
Yes, absolutely. We are constantly in contact with other community providers. In fact, this cannot be successful if IU Health and our current medical providers do not back it. What I will tell you is that there are a lot of incentives to fund these types of programs through the Affordable Care Act. So it is an extension of our services, but if you read that 21st century, it is the evolution of the fire service. We are already properly prepared, primed, and we're already halfway to doing a lot of this because we are medically trained already. So I will take some of those concerns that we're concerned about those as well. And we will make sure that we have a lot of guidance from the state and other people that have already established these programs to make sure we don't make missteps.
Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you for your response.
All right, are there other questions for Chief Moore? Yes, Councilmember Bolin. Sorry, I didn't see the raise hand.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Chief Moore. Thanks again for another good presentation. Always encouraged to see the department making progress. One thing I wanted to know about was I understand that the ISO has been reviewing us again this year, and I was hoping for news. Has the ISO rendered a decision on what our rating will be?
I am too very anxious. We're approaching the window that they gave where they would make a decision. After our discussions, they told us that we should be happy with it, but they will not tell us exactly what that score is. I do know, looking at the math that goes behind all of this, we definitely will not lose any ground, and I do anticipate an improved rating. But again, I can't promise it until it's actually awarded.
So just to be sure we understand what's at stake here, ISO rates from a low of 10 to a high of 1, and we're currently at a 2. Is that right?
That is correct. 5 years ago, we were 3, borderline 4, actually. We were just a few points away from being that 4. And we are now a borderline 1 with the improvements in equipment, response packages, dispatch, everything that's been invested over the years, even training. We should see an increase in our points. And if it is successful, we would be one of the only ISO ones that are outside of that Indianapolis, Marion County area.
Can you say how many fire departments are an ISO 1 in the state?
I believe the last count I heard that there was only 2 or 3 total.
And you say some of them are in the Indianapolis metro area. Can you name them?
I think the very first ISO 1 in the state was Pike Township. And that was actually when we got our ISO evaluated to a 2. So that was the very first one in the state of Indiana to begin with. The other 2, I'm not sure just off of the top of my head. I don't try to compare ourselves to other departments. I try to make sure that we are doing the best we can for our community, and then we're making sure we're making solid investments not just chasing a magic number, so to speak.
Well, I appreciate that you do that. I just want to say that I don't feel the need to do that. I'm very happy to compare us to other communities in this respect when it's warranted. So I thank you for the information, and I have my fingers crossed for an excellent bit of news. Thank you.
All right, are there other questions for Chief Moore? Councilmember Smith?
I would just like to follow up Chief Moore and ask, will you explain a little bit about what impact the ISO rating has on the community?
Absolutely. So ISO looks at the differences between the fire protection, water systems, and dispatch. And what it does is it scores you against your community. So for an ISO 1, I can't promise that they're going to reduce insurance rates. What I can tell you is that the lower that number, the less that certain buildings need to invest to make sure that they have low insurance rates. ISO also grades our community as a whole up to a certain size or square footage of a building. So when you get into giant buildings, things like the Cook or even like Walmart's, they're so big they get their own ISO rating. So an ISO 1 is a benchmark in a city or in a fire department that shows that we are adequately meeting all of the needs of all the different types of structures up to that square footage limit. And it is heavily reliant on not only the firefighters, their training, everything that we do on the prevention side. It also has to look at the water side, which Director Kelson has been great at helping us improve the water system as well. So, and then obviously dispatch, all calls start with dispatch. If there's missteps at that step, it kind of goes down the entire chain. So what I can tell you it means is that this department is doing their job. And when we're graded against our community threat by the insurance service offices, they're saying that we are the best at doing what we're doing versus the threat that we are facing.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work, guys. Yeah.
All right, I will jump in with a question. Chief Moore, have there been any changes in regard to mutual aid or automatic aid with other fire service providers? I guess it's basically the Monroe Fire Protection District.
There have been no changes over the years. We still maintain a mutual aid agreement where if they need help, they can call us. A great example that hit the newspaper was the 5 homes over in an area intended for annexation. They did call for our help, and we did send quite a few resources to go help them with that. So we still have those agreements, and we still use them when we need it. During the flood, they came within city limits and helped us on a lot of our calls. So there have been no changes on that, no progress towards an automatic aid. And this is still working out. We're not seeing bad outcomes because we're not running together on all these calls.
Thank you. Are there any final questions for Chief Moore before we go to the public? All right, seeing none. If a member of the public would like to make a comment on the budget proposal from the Bloomington Fire Department, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can type a message into the chat to the meeting host. And Ms. Lacey is helping us out with that tonight.
I see one raised hand, screen name Nathan Muchlar, and the person should be able to unmute.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Muchler. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Over the last year, no one that I've ever heard has said defund the fire department, and this is why. In fact, to relieve funding, to increase the funding available and to relieve and move funding from the police department and stress from BPD officers, I would encourage the council to continue to expand the scope of the fire department in this forward-thinking budget. This budget represents a department and structure that is moving towards a more just, equitable, and safe future. I applaud the focus on preventing 911 calls for service by working with other service providers to ensure that continuity of care and follow-up, which will definitely ensure individuals have a long-term solution. I would hope this council strongly endorses this budget and would ask you to consider if there are other positions proposed tonight that would be a better fit for Bloomington within the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public care to comment on the fire department budget?
There are no other raised hands, and I do not have any messages in the chat.
All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll come back to council members for debate, comment on the BFD budget proposal. Would any of my colleagues want to comment? Oh, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, just a few things. I appreciated all the updates and goals, especially around training and recruitment and diversity, and also very much support the efforts on the new community care program. I think I may still have a few follow-up questions in writing for following the budget process. I'm going to abstain tonight, but generally like what I see and feel supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Well, then I will make a comment and say that I'm very excited about the new program initiative for the mobile integrated healthcare program. I think this is very forward thinking, and it makes sense to try to, instead of responding to multiple 911 calls, be more proactive and say, okay, we know a lot of 911 calls have to do with this community or this person or this situation, and try to have trained personnel to reach out and prevent those emergency situations by proactively helping, especially in medical circumstances. So I'm very excited to see that. And I hope the program approval process runs smoothly and we can get some additional training for our fire department officers to launch that next year. I guess that's all I had. Thank you very much, Chief Moore, for your leadership. And if there are no other comments, I'll entertain a do pass recommendation.
Move to pass.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Volin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Sims.
Yes.
Councilmember Rollo.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Abstain.
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So that's a do pass recommendation of 801. Thank you again to Chief Moore and all of our firefighters. We now are ready for the Bloomington Police Department budget. And Ms. Lacey, how much time do we have allotted for this one?
20 minutes.
All right, very good. Chief Dekoff, welcome. Please
Good
go
evening,
ahead.
Council. Let me figure out how to share my screen here. Hold on just a minute. Okay.
We can
Good
see
evening,
you.
Council. My name is Mike Dekoff. I'm the police chief for the city of Bloomington. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present my budget tonight. I want to thank you for past support, and I want to take a moment to thank the men and women who serve this city of Bloomington as police officers and as our civilian non-sworn personnel to support the police officers in their day-to-day activities. The mission of the Bloomington Police Department is to safeguard property, to safeguard life and property while respecting diversity, encouraging civility, solving problems, and maintaining a high standard of individual integrity and professionalism. The Bloomington Police Department includes 105 sworn officers and 68 non-sworn employees. Our major 2020 two initiatives include restoring the funded number of sworn officers to 105, adding 3 new dispatchers, adding 4 new community service specialists, adding a director of law enforcement support services, housing incentives, and recruiting and retention incentives. The department is authorized for 105 sworn officers. We currently have 93. 76 of those are available due to officers either being on military leave, on light duty, off injured, and also those in training. The patrol division consists of 78 sworn officers with 55 currently available. The detective division has 17 sworn officers with 16 available. The administration division has 5 with all 5 available, and our civilian non-sworn employees are 68 with 57 available. Our 2020 major accomplishments, we implemented the community service specialist. We've increased the number of police social workers. We have introduced ICAT training, which stands for Integrated Communications Assessment and Tactics, which is provided by the Police Executive Research Forum. It is an evidence-based de-escalation training where it emphasizes de-escalation techniques and less lethal force options. We have started an individual issue take-home vehicle program. We have done housing incentives. One of those is the rental assistance program, which is in that program. We have completed a new state-of-the-art physical fitness facility to improve officer wellness, and we've added an embedded athletic trainer at the department as well. Some 2021 budget goal updates. Under increasing the community's sense of safety, again, our goal is to reduce Part 1 crimes, including burglaries, robberies, and thefts by 3% in 2021 compared to 2020. We are committed to reducing the number of gun crimes committed through using evidence-based and data-driven practices for proactive patrol and investigative strategies. We continue to use the Stride Center as an alternative to incarceration. And as I mentioned, we also continue to emphasize de-escalation and less lethal force options based upon the training that ICAT teaches. And we continue to always try to broaden our efforts to hire and train a diverse workforce. Under crime analysis data to set goals for crime reduction, we review monthly crime data so that we can determine the location and frequency of those so we can base our patrol strategies on that. We continue to maintain 16 data sets provided to the Police Data Initiative, which is a national police data website that provides a variety of different data sets that are published on a national website. We also publish that data on the city's Be Clear portal. We completed this year in February our annual public safety report. Under accreditation, the update is we have conducted this year's independent review where CALIA assessors reviewed approximately 54 of our standards. And we also completed the required departmental report that was due by May 31st. Under central emergency dispatch, our goal is to continue to answer 911 calls in less than 5 seconds. I'll note the national standard is 20. And we're continuing to evaluate the process, hopefully by the end of the third quarter, to look at having the dispatch center seek national accreditation. And we also are implementing the final recommendations of an outside review by adding 3 dispatchers as part of the phased-in program to add 9 overall over several years. Records division, they continue to comply with the mandates by NIBRS, which is the National Information-Based Reporting System. We switched to that within the last couple of years from the Uniform Crime Report, which is it is the system that the Federal Bureau of Investigation uses where police agencies report all of their crime data. Under administration, financial, and maintenance, We continue to use the Guardian tracking software, which tracks performance, and it is used as an early warning system. And we continue to do the capital replacement schedule that we have, which replaces vehicles and a lot of the equipment such as radios, body armor, and body cameras that the officers use. My 2022 budget goals, again, they're very similar to the 2021. We want to continue to work on reducing Part 1 crimes. We want to continue to reduce gun crimes. We will continue to use the Stride Center as an alternative to arrest. We hope to do a lot more community outreach. We did not do any last year because of COVID. And so our numbers were basically nothing. And we're starting to do more outreach to connect with the citizens of Bloomington. The goal of adding the 5 additional officers back into the budget is for 2022. And we want to hire 4 additional community service specialists to assist us when we respond to quality of life issues. Under crime analysis data to set goals for crime reduction. Again, the big ones there are we will continue to monitor the data so that we can address that with our patrol schedules. We want to increase the community's sense of safety by 3% as measured by the city's community survey. We want to continue to maintain the 16 data sets to the Police Data Initiative and to the Be Clear portal. And we will continue to have our yearly public safety report in February. Accreditation, again, this is set by CALIA, where they review approximately 1/3 of all the standards every year. We will continue to do that process in 2022 as well. Central Emergency Dispatch, we will continue to work hard to answer those calls in a less than the national standard. And we continue to we will continue to seek accreditation for that, for the dispatch center as well. Records Division is the same. They will comply with all the NIBR standards to make sure that we are meeting the requirements from the federal government, and they will also work to ensure accurate and timely data is entered in the report process. Administration, financial, and maintenance, the 2022 budget goals are pretty much the same. Some new to that is to hire and train a support services director to oversee the non-sworn staff for continuity of operations across the different operations that we have, and the capital replacement needs of the department, which is mostly funded by Public Safety Lit. Kind of an overview of the general fund budget for police. The personnel request is $16,650,000. It's an increase of $1,354,000 from 2021. Category 2 of supplies, $565,000 request. This is a decrease of about $48,000 from 2021. Category 3, other services and charges. The request is $1,518,000. This is a decrease of about $233,000 from 2021. And Category 4 is capital outlays. $1,437,000 is requested, and it's an increase of about $569,000 over 2021. This slide shows the differences from 19, 20, 21, and 22. And you can see the far right, the increases from 2022 to 2021. Overall, the budget request for 2022 is $20,172,123. It is a 9% increase over the 2021 budget. ARPA funds, there is $250,000 in personnel services. Early on in my presentation, I mentioned hiring and retention incentives. That's what this amount of money is used for. And other services, the $125,000 is Category 3 expenses that are in the ARPA funds. This concludes my presentation. Again, The budget request reflects increases that align with the stated goals of promoting civility, protecting diversity, and safeguarding life and property. I thank you for your consideration of our 2022 budget requests, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Dekoff. And let's move to council questions. And we'll start with Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Chief Dekoff. This question might be better directed at Jeff Underwood. I wondered, since we budgeted and authorized for 100 officers, but currently only have 93, and we're budgeting for 105, we're authorizing 105 in the coming fiscal year. I doubt that we're going to probably get many more than where we are now, seeing that I understand 3 officers are leaving soon. What happens to the budgeted amounts? Or they return to the general fund?
Yes, if there are any funds left over. As you might remember, we always come to you in the fall with kind of a cleanup app board. And sometimes the police department needs more money, other times they give some back. So it'll be dependent on where they end up projecting out the year for whether there'll be any return funds or not, whether they'll need it in other categories.
I see. So the budgeted amount that Chief Dekoff just illustrated is probably a gross overestimate of the expenses. I mean, in terms of the new request.
Well, I would say, we budget for all the positions that are in there. Obviously, we've refunded the 5 positions and then the 5 new ones that he talked about. In addition, there's the 3 new dispatchers. So there's a significant increase in that budget just for new salaries, in addition to increases in the civilian and union positions as well.
Okay, I guess I've got a little over a minute remaining. Chief Dekoff, could you talk about, could you distinguish between sworn officers and community service specialists?
So the community service specialists are non-sworn employees. They do not go to the law enforcement academy, and they are not police officers. They are non-sworn people that we utilize to answer non-emergency calls, minor, they might take minor reports, minor theft reports, and they work minor property damage accidents for us. And then the sworn police officers have a lot more training, go to the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, have certifications, and they can respond to all calls that we get.
It sounds like the community, the law enforcement support services, or I'm sorry, the community service specialists are quite limited in the extent of their training and duties.
They certainly cannot respond to everything, but they can respond to minor calls that we get.
Minor calls. Thank you.
Councilmember Boland.
Just a follow-up question. Does that mean they can respond to noise complaints?
We have not had them do that in the past. That is something that they're fairly new, and we really haven't had that many noise complaints with COVID. And so we haven't really determined if that is something that would happen. Those types of calls can sometimes turn where it might not be in the best interest to have non-sworn people show up. And there are a lot of times where there might be some kind of criminal activity that's happening that they couldn't address, but a police officer could.
I mean, the issue I have with that answer is that I've heard it very frequently from constituents in my district that the police are not interested in answering noise calls when they're as frequent as people in my district tend to call them in. And so if the community support specialists could be sent to ask a party to quiet down, to be the first response, that would be of great interest to my constituents. What do you say to that?
Well, currently they don't work the hours that the bulk of the noise complaints come in. Usually the community service specialists complete their day by 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. So that would be something we would have to look at and schedule them in the later hours or the early morning hours, which we currently don't do because we currently only have 4.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Chief Dekoff? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you, Chief Dekoff. The integrated social work program and the new community specialist, it's relatively new. And my understanding is, again, COVID was kind of a factor in finding actual things for the community specialists to do. It was kind of intended that they would do a lot of the community outreach. Obviously, you've already stated they do minor things, obviously, that they certainly could not do if they're not certified to deal with some of the things that your badged officers do. Could you talk a little bit about where we are with this relatively new program and how comfortable you feel with how much they are able to assist the sworn officers?
Sure. That program, actually, we changed the name of it this year. It started as our neighborhood resource specialist, and we hired 2 people, I believe it was 2 years ago to start that. And it took us a little bit of time to get that program up and running. And then those 2 people, one of them became an officer and one of them is no longer with the department. And so we had to start over from scratch. And then we changed it to community service specialist because we had parking enforcement, and parking enforcement went back to public works. And so some of the duties that parking enforcement officers did for us, we didn't have anybody to do that. And so we made the decision that the community service specialist would pick up some of that workload that parking had taken on to help free up officer time. And so that's kind of where we were at. The problem was all last year, they didn't do a whole lot because of COVID. And so it was really slow to get it going. This year, we added 2 more people in 2021. We got those people hired and they've completed their training. And so they're just really this summer just starting to kind of do more for us. But again, it's been one of those things that it was a slow starting program for a variety of different reasons, kind of not really in our control. And so we're still kind of seeing how we can use them efficiently and effectively to respond to calls and things. And so obviously my biggest concern is that we not put them at any risk of them getting hurt or getting someone else hurt. So we are constantly, supervisors constantly monitor the calls that they are sent on. If it's a call that a supervisor deems is not appropriate for them to go on, they will pull them off that call and have an officer respond. And so I'm not going to put someone in a situation where they might put themselves at risk or someone else that they're trying to help at risk because it's not the appropriate response mechanism.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scavalari.
Following up on that, why wouldn't it be the appropriate response mechanism? Is that the presence of a weapon? Is that what would make it?
Well, there could be a variety of reasons. Usually minor property damage accidents, it's been our experience that those don't really turn into anything or escalate. Taking a minor report, like maybe a minor vandalism or a minor theft, where there's no suspect, those tend to not, develop into anything more seriously. I'm a little concerned about noise calls because there have been times where noise calls have escalated where officers have responded and there have been shots fired, there have been fights that have broken out, they discover criminal activity. So we have to evaluate those to see if that would be appropriate for them to respond to. Clearly, we're not going to have them respond to any kind of serious call because they don't have the training that a police officer has. And so they are limited in what they do, but we also do have a lot of minor stuff that we do. And so they can free up officers' time not to take those minor types of things. And that's, we're always looking for alternative ways to respond to things. We have online reporting that's available that frees up an officer, the community service specialists free up officers. So there's a variety of different things that we do. can free up an officer's time. And this is just another one, but we have to be cautious how we use them, because I certainly don't want to put them in a situation where they get hurt or someone else gets hurt because of their response.
That's helpful. Thank you. And I'm pleased to hear that we have the 2 new social workers on board and our new athletic trainer. I met them all actually at the Switchyard Park event, and they're great. So I'm glad to see that moving forward. At the same time, I'm struck by the fact that we are approved for 105 officers and we have 76 available. And could you help, for those of us who don't do the scheduling and don't put together coverage plans, what does that mean for just coverage in the city and on our shifts?
So each shift is staffed at the beginning of the year with officers, and those staffing levels are determined by a variety of things: the number of calls for service on that particular shift, the types of calls. There's a lot of things that go into that decision to staff a shift. Obviously, over time, over the course of the year, those numbers fluctuate. We are in a situation now where we have 7 openings. So that's 7 people we don't have. We have 8. Did you want to ask?
Chief Dekoff, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. My time is up, but I'll come back to this question another time. So I've gone over time too many times. So.
All right. So do I not finish answering it then? Is that the rule?
I will I will go ahead and just repeat that same question.
Okay,
So you
I'll
can
just finish where I left
it.
off. And so we currently have, I believe it's 8 or 9 officers who are in training. So those are new hires that are either at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy or they are in the field training program. So we cannot count them as staffing on a shift because they're not fully trained to be out on their own. We have 2 or 3 officers, I believe, on military leave. And so we can't replace them because of the regulations the military has. And so those are just open spots that we can't fill. We have our DRO program has openings. I currently only have 1 DRO because 3 of them have left and 2 of them are on extended medical leave. So, and I believe that I think I hit all the categories of where people are at. So that impacts the staffing levels. And so what we have to end up doing to maintain those staffing levels is we have to backfill with overtime. And so when a shift comes about and if the minimum staffing is 8 officers and we don't have 8 officers available to work, then we ask officers to hold over for overtime to fill those vacancies.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Chief Dekoff? Are there any first round questions? Councilmember Flaherty?
Sure. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And as with the fire, thanks to all our sworn officers and non-sworn personnel for their service. I think one of the common themes of the budget cycle so far this year has been concern over policing and public safety. And I think in the context of police in particular, maybe 2 things: one related to compensation and the second related to staffing levels and support for the calls that we receive. And I think the first one we'll probably get into in various ways and I've asked some questions. The second point, though, I think it's fair to say there are some different opinions on the council and in the community about how to address that kind of staffing concern. And I think there's sort of one side that's just add more sworn officers until it's not an issue. And then there's another side, which is sort of where I sit, which is what can we take off of the officers' plates? There's a lot of progressive communities, looking at things like mobile crisis response units and things like that to try to reduce the load on our officers on situations that they may not need to be or may not even be best suited to, frankly, handling. Not because of lack of training or anything else, but because the difficult nature of and history of policing in this country, not everyone always feels comfortable or safe interacting in that situation, especially if in mental health crisis, et cetera. So with that preface, I wanted to ask what your thoughts were about crisis mobile intervention services. It didn't sound to me like the community care program described by Chief Moore quite fit into that box, though you could say it's related. Is this something that's being discussed as an option to try to reduce the stress and impact on officers, or what are your thoughts?
Sure, that's a good question. And I think we've kind of been doing that all along. When we created the Downtown Resource Officer Program, that was a program that started to try to reduce the number of calls for service that we were getting on people who had might be experiencing homelessness or who had some kind of mental health issue that they were dealing with. And so we started that, and we partnered with a lot of social service agencies. That's how we created the social worker program, which again, that is a very important program that we have, because they go out and they end up picking up some of these, the people that we get these calls on, they follow up with. And so having them do that work reduces the number of incidences that we're getting calls on people also. So we created those programs to do just that. We were one of the main supporters and proponents of the Stride Center being started, because again, that's a partnership we have. Centerstone runs that, and it's people that we get calls on that don't need to go to jail, but we didn't really have any other option. And so Stride takes that off our plate. And so if you look at any of the Stride numbers, a lot of those are repeat people that on their own now go to Stride when they have an issue and they're in crisis. So we're not even dealing with them and having the police take them. They are going on their own because they've made those contacts. And so
I'm sorry, Chief Decoff.
Okay.
That's
I don't see the timer on my screen, so that's why I keep talking, because I don't see it. So
okay, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Just cut me off.
Thank you. I may
Do
follow
we have
up.
the tones back on, Madam Chair?
Council Member Smith, I think you had a question.
I did. Thank you, Chief Decoff, for the presentation and for everything you and your staff do. So reading the organizational assessment from 2020 talks about proactive policing is really important. Can you say a little bit about why proactive policing is really is an advantage, and how much time the BPD spends in proactive policing, and is it reflected anywhere in the budget? So it's like a three-part question.
So it is. I don't believe it's reflected in the budget. It would be included in some of the crime reduction strategies that we're doing. Proactive policing is important because that's our opportunity to, and there's a lot of different definitions of proactive policing. I'm going to focus on more of the community policing aspect of that. It's important for us to be able to do that because that's where we interact with the public, not necessarily in a call for service way, but we don't have a lot of time to do that because our resources are really tight, and the officers go from call to call to call. And so, the past year, we haven't really had an opportunity to do that because of COVID. And so it is important though, because that's where we build those relationships with the different community members and where we build trust. And not having that opportunity to do that is, I think, not a good thing for us to do, because we need to be able to have those connections with the community in non-police ways, so that they get to know officers. So it's difficult, and quite frankly, the officers miss that interaction because they meet people and they become friends with different people in their districts. And so again, it's that personal contact that is I think critically important in trust building relationships. And so the problem right now though is we don't have a lot of time to do that. And so we're trying to figure out different ways that we can do that with outreach efforts, using the community service specialists. We did a thing in Crestmont a couple weeks ago where we had several of our community service people up there helping out. we had officers show up, but people enjoy meeting and talking to the officers, and so that's really an important part of that. And you know, we're busy and short staffed, and we just don't have a lot of opportunities to do that right now.
Well, thank you very much. I have met different officers out on the street. They're always good guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other first round questions? If not, I will ask one. Chief Dekoff, I wanted to ask you about the data analysis and gathering that your department does. Does the BPD analyze data on racial disparities in arrests and other police interactions? And if so, what do you do with that data?
Are you asking, do we look at that information for internal purposes?
Right.
Yes, that information is collected, and we do look at that. However, what we have found is that it's not the racial data that we collect is not always accurate because, for instance, the Indiana driver's license does not have race on it, and so sometimes it's hard to tell. It may be hard to tell what someone's race is, and so, but we do look at that, and we look at how those interactions, you know, in what context they are in, and how we do that, and that is information that we report out on Be Clear and on to the National Police Data Initiative.
So is that, have you noticed any trends as far as, are there racial disparities? And if so, do you have plans to address them?
So what we have seen is Bloomington's African-American population is roughly 4 to 5%. We have seen some of our arrest data and some of our stop data that shows that number being higher. However, we also know that Bloomington is a destination community, and so one of the things that we've looked at, and I've mentioned this before, one of the data sets that we don't self-initiate, and it is completely people call in for it, is traffic accident data. And so what we've seen is that that looking at that data and looking at the race, the racial makeup of who's reporting traffic accidents it's roughly the same percentage as our arrest data and stop data. And so I think that's something that you know, we're not experts in looking at this and analyzing it, but I think that's something to look at because if you follow statistics, you would think that, you know, Bloomington's population is 4%. That's what the accident data should show too, and it doesn't show that.
All right, I'll follow up with you on that later.
Okay.
Thank you. Final call for first round questions. No, okay. Yes, Councilmember Sims. There we go.
Thank you. I had to unmute myself. And Chief, we have had a lot of discussions, and I think you have with a lot of the community members. And community outreach and community policing has always been a high priority of mine. And I think it's important that the community understands over the years some of the initiatives, such as the work we did or that the department has done on racial profiling and to improve that aspect and part of the training. And I don't have a lot of time, so I'll throw a lot of stuff at you also. I'm also concerned that with our lack of officers, then that manifests itself into lack of training time that we normally have had in the past, and utilizing officers so much in overtime status that we risk getting tired and overworked officers in the goal of public safety. So I know that was a lot. I'm sorry, and I hope you can address it. And maybe we can talk further in the next round. But you have about a minute. And
I'll try to
50
hit all
seconds.
those. So
Thank you.
we have cut back on our training. However, we still prioritize de-escalation training and communication skills, because those are things that we do all the time. And so, but we have had to cut back on training because we just don't have the resources to do what we used to do. Trying to think what else you asked.
Well, there was a lot there, and I know that we've there's just a lot that happens in the police department in training and how we try to do to become a better department. That's just
Right.
not public knowledge.
I will
and
highlight.
I won't get into a whole lot of details because I can't. But for example, when we let officers move on for such things as excessive force that are not what's acceptable in this community. Those sorts of things I just think need to be highlighted more.
Sure,
as we
and
discuss.
actually, speaking of that in particular, Indiana passed police reform laws this year, and one of the things that they passed, and I was actually one of the members of the Indiana Chiefs Association that worked with the legislature to craft this, was they changed the law on reporting police personnel files if they move to a different agency. They passed statutes that allow the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy to decertify officers who have been accused of excessive force. And they have a whole process now that they review those types of complaints so that they can decertify officers who should not be police officers. So there was a lot of important stuff in that legislation that passed this year that I think will make Indiana law enforcement a much better place.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Yeah,
Thank you. Your time is up. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, now we're ready for round two questions. Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you, Chief Dekoff. So you hit on something that I wanted to follow up on, and that is that this minimum staffing requirement and the need now for mandatory overtime, which to me is distressing, because what it says is that it must be exhausting to actually work a shift, and then to work shifts back to back says to me that there is a problem inherent there. And yet we're supposed to be hiring community service specialists, which I assume, what percentage of calls can a community service specialist take? In other words, and what would a community service specialist expect to do relative to a sworn officer, say in equivalence? Are they equal? They're not equal. It's a percentage, but I don't know what percentage of the calls this person could do.
Yeah, well, first of all, there is a request in this budget for hiring and retention incentives. So we're trying to come up with different ideas to entice people to want to come work for us and to keep employees. The housing incentive is one, and the take-home cars is another. And so, but getting to what you're talking about, I haven't figured out the percentage of calls. I'll look at that, and if you put that in writing, I'll figure that out and respond to that question. But
how about the Director of Law Enforcement Support Services? This is another position that we're asked to add instead of sworn officers. Well, what I mean is the types of, what we're doing is, budgeting. We're authorizing for more sworn officers, but we're not getting there because the incentives aren't in place. So it's sort of an empty number at this point, but yet we're going to hire a Director of Law Enforcement Support Services. I don't know what that is. Could you tell us about the duties of this individual?
So we're working on the job description for that, but the concept behind that is, because I have 68 non-sworn employees spread across the organization. They all kind of do different things, and they all have supervisors over those units. But what we sometimes lose is that continuity of operations across the organization, because dispatch may be doing something and records may be doing something, and I have an administrative captain over all of those units. But
okay, that suffices. I'm running out of time. Does that person report to you?
They would, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I want to get right to the core of my main concerns about this budget, and that has to do with recruiting and retention. And in order to get there, I do want to spend a little time talking about the minimum staffing for the shifts, because we've received information that projects how many times we have been under in June, July, August, with projections for September, October, November, because you know who you're going to have on your roster that far ahead. But day shift minimum is staffing 7, afternoon shift minimum staffing 9, night shift minimum 8, Sunday through Thursday, and then 9 on Friday and Saturday. My understanding, though, is the shifts of the staffing level minimums have shrunk since 2020. On a scale from 1 to 10, how concerned are you about how sustainable this is? And how are we ever going to get to a point of being able to recruit the best possible officers we can get and retain the experienced, well-trained ones that we currently have if this continues the way it's going?
Well, it is concerning, and we have shrunk that number. And the reason we shrunk that number is because we're very concerned about burnout of our officers. And so, but we still have to maintain adequate staffing levels to make sure that we can respond to whatever calls we had. As I mentioned, we're trying different incentives to hire people and to keep the people that we have. The rental assistance program, we haven't had anybody take advantage of the down payment assistance yet, but the rental assistance, we have 6 officers taking advantage of that. Take home cars, that pilot project has about 25 cars assigned to officers living in the city and those on call in our critical units that we need a fast response in the county. The $250,000 that is requested in the budget, we haven't determined how we would use that yet, but it obviously will be used to retain and offer incentives to possible new hires as well. So, but
Yeah,
it is concerning though, because we have to maintain officers that we can respond to emergency situations. The minor stuff, if we don't have enough people we'll just have to wait. But I am concerned about burnout and about making sure that we can maintain those staffing levels.
Yeah, we are running out of time, but I definitely want to drill down on why we are losing good, well-trained, experienced officers, where they're going. I've been told, but I kind of want it on the record here because I think we've got a serious problem here later on. Thank you.
All right, other questions for Chief Dekoff? Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes, we are in round 2, correct?
Yes.
I'll continue that question. What are the biggest factors impacting retention here?
Well, hiring, retention it's not just our problem, it's a national problem. Different departments and cities have handled it different ways. I think you could probably do a Google search and see where cities are increasing salaries, they're offering other incentives. That's something that we're looking at doing. We haven't made any decisions yet, but we've lost people to other departments for higher paying jobs, other opportunities at other departments. We've had people retire. We've had people get out of law enforcement. And so there's a variety of reasons why people leave. Clearly we are in the same boat as a lot of other departments around the country trying to hire and retain people. But we continue to look at it, and we're trying to take steps to keep the employees. It's frustrating because we are a really well-trained department, and we put a lot of training into new hires. And so if they're only here for a couple of years and then they move on, that's problematic because we have a lot of money and time wrapped up in new hires. And so obviously we need to look at our situation locally and make decisions where we're not losing those people. And so, but again, I think that's something that obviously the mayor's concerned about, I'm concerned about that, and obviously the council's concerned about that. So I think that's something where we probably all need to put our heads together to figure out what we can do to slow that trend.
And I'm inclined to agree, because whether you think Bloomington needs 50 officers or 500, retention is still, or turnover is expensive. And that's part of our job to think about that. Somebody may need to pick up this question after me, but we heard from the mayor last night that it's hard to compare apples to apples. And yes, our salaries may be lower, but we also do cars. So maybe we have different compensation packages and so forth. And what I struggle with is we are a CALEA accredited force. We take excellence pretty seriously here. I would like to think, who should we be comparing ourselves to? Who is taking our officers? Do we compare ourselves to Seymour? Probably not, with due respect for our friends in Seymour, but who should we be comparing ourselves to?
I think it would be fair to look at other CALEA certified agencies. I mean, those are agencies who take professionalism seriously. And I think that those would be agencies to look at. I think, we are a Big Ten city, so we could look at other Big Ten cities to see what they're doing. I mean, there's the mayor's exactly right.
I'm over
Sorry,
time.
Chief.
Sorry.
That's your time. Thank you. Other second round questions for Chief Dekoff? Councilmember Boland.
Chief, to follow up on Councilmember Scambolari's question, can you point us to a list of CALEA certified cities? Can you think of a couple off the top of your head that are sort of examples without being the only examples? Are there college towns like ours that are CALEA certified that you look to?
I'm drawing a blank. I used to know who some of them were. Are
there any in the state of Indiana?
Yeah, there's roughly, I think, probably 20 agencies in Indiana that are CALEA certified. Name
a couple.
I'm drawing a blank. Sorry, I can't remember.
I mean, South Bend, Lafayette, Terre Haute,
Lafayette.
Muncie.
I don't think Lafayette is. West Lafayette might be. Oh man. I'm drawing a blank off the top of my head. Sorry.
All right. I'll tell you what. While other questions are being asked,
I'll ask the question in writing, and I can find that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith. You're muted.
Pardon me, Mr. Boland just asked my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Carmel. I know Carmel is because I wouldn't compare us to Carmel, but I know they are accredited, and I believe Indianapolis is accredited also. Those are two that come off the top of my head.
If I could follow up, Madam Chair.
I don't recall whether you had time remaining. Did you?
I only used about a minute.
All right, go ahead.
Just briefly, Chief. I mean, I think you see the challenge here. We're looking for cities that we can compare ourselves to as directly as possible. That means they really ought to be about our size, probably have a university in it, and be CALEA certified. So, like, the more of those we can get, the better. We, especially ones in Indiana. But I think this is pretty important. We need some kind of measurement in order to determine how we're doing, independent of what anybody else might say. So, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I have the CALEA accredited agencies: West Lafayette, Terre Haute, Columbus, Shelbyville, Evansville, Valparaiso, Noblesville, Carmel, Indianapolis PD, Munster.
Thank you. Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. Chief, I'll submit many of my thoughts and questions in written that you can respond to. But right now, and we're kind of talking about salary retention and recruiting. And we all know that your compensation package, or not yours, but everyone's compensation package, a salary is a part of that. And there's other items. And when we say compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, that seems to be where the sticky part gets, because the salaries are published. the benefits in some cases may or may not be, and more harder to compare. Do you think that's one of our challenges in dealing with other departments or our own, even from the standpoint of recruiting and retention?
Well, I think what we need to do is we need to evaluate how competitive are we with other agencies. You know, the job of a police officer has taken a hit over the last 2 years. So it's hard to recruit people in general. And so those departments that are having more success, I think, are making it the workplace more attractive. And so, and again, that's trying to make them more competitive. And so with the fewer number of people getting into law enforcement, they actually have the opportunity to look around and see what departments are offering. So obviously, the more competitive we can be, the more success we're going to have. And you know, we have done a lot of different things. You know, we were the first agency in Indiana to have embedded police social workers, and we've actually gotten people to apply because they like that concept. We have outreach worker, community service specialists. So, you know, we're trying to look at how we police in a more balanced approach. But again, we have to be competitive if we want to hire police officers. And, you know, again, it's going to take a lot of people to look at that and evaluate how we can do that successfully.
How competitive are we? And this is probably just a guess, with other communities with regards to an item such as housing costs.
Well,
cost of living here.
It is expensive to live in Bloomington because of a variety of different reasons. And so we tend to have higher housing costs than other communities our size.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time almost. Thank you very much.
All right. I have another question, Chief Dekoff. I'm wondering, how does dispatch decide whether to send a sworn officer or non-sworn personnel in response to a call?
So they have been given guidelines, and I mentioned this earlier. If a non-sworn person is sent to a call, a supervisor can override that. Supervisors can actually override any call that a dispatcher sends an officer to. There are times where we get calls that really we shouldn't be going to, and the supervisors will disregard the officer and call the complainant back and say, you know, you need to do such and such different. You know, we're not coming because it's not a police issue. And so we've had to do that more frequently because of our staffing levels, because we haven't been able to respond to stuff. But dispatchers are given guidelines on what types of calls the community service people can go on, and it is monitored by supervisors who can override that if they don't think that's an appropriate call for them to go on.
Yeah, I know that the non-sworn personnel are still pretty new, but do you have any figures, even ballpark figures, of what percentage of calls are assigned to non-sworn personnel?
I can tell you, as of I think it was yesterday, I think they've taken 1,450 calls out of about 30,000.
Thank you. Okay, let's start a third round of questions. Are there any further council member questions? Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes, can you talk about the role of IUPD in this community? Guys, this kind of came up last night with respect to our staffing shortages and what we might or might not be able to do if we had a real serious shift where we needed a lot of attention. Can you talk about our relationship to IUPD?
Sure. So IU is obviously it's located within the city boundaries. They have their own jurisdiction that they're responsible for. I think the last time I heard, they have around 39 or 40 officers for the campus. But I will point out that they're short-staffed also. I mean, we the last several summers hired part-time officers to help us do downtown patrol and patrols down around Wiley Street to relieve some of the complaints that we got about homeless individuals hanging out in that neighborhood. We weren't able to do that this year because they wouldn't allow those officers to work because they needed them on campus. So they back us up in emergency situations. And if we are in a situation where we have nobody available and we have an emergency call, we can reach out to them to see if they can take that call, but they don't particularly patrol in the city. They patrol on campus, and they have their own jurisdictional responsibilities that they take.
What about our relationship with the sheriff's department in terms of what mutual aid or attending
Yeah,
to
it's the
crime
same
scene?
situation. They have, I think, roughly probably 50 deputies. I'm not certain about that, but their patrol jurisdiction is the county. It's not the city. So they're going to be taking their own calls in the county. And again, if we have something where we need assistance, if they're available, they will help, and vice versa. There are times where they need assistance and we back them up on serious calls.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the social workers? What specifically have they been tasked with?
So we have 2 new ones that are we're still kind of, it's in a growing process trying to figure out kind of how they all fit in. Melissa Stone, our lead social worker, has been with us for 2 years. She does a lot of case follow-up. There are a lot of calls that officers get where they reach out to Melissa and the social worker team to have them take over the call, because it really fits more in their bailiwick than it does the officer. So it's actually a really nice partnership where if the officers get a call that is either going to require a lot of time with someone who might need services or need help, they bring the social workers in. The social workers very rarely are they sent on their own calls, but that has happened before where we just bypass the officer and send the social worker. But one of the big things they do is they do a lot of follow-up. And so
That's your
our time
time.
is up. Maybe
Sorry.
somebody else can follow through. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, Chief Dekoff, could you clarify? So if there are the non-sworn officers or the non-sworn people are taking 1,400 calls compared to 30,000, that's about 4.5%. Are some of those calls then the person just discovers that they need a sworn officer and then calls a sworn officer?
I don't know that information because I just got the total number. I haven't looked at what types of calls they've gotten, and I haven't looked at the dispositions. But that is something that I can look at. If you put that in writing, I'll look at it.
Okay. And in terms of compensation, it appears to me that, things like longevity pay, other departments also have those sorts of incentives. We're not exclusive to that.
No,
it appears to be, yeah. And in terms of longevity pay, well, let's take a step back. We were talking about what comparators cities would be appropriate for Bloomington. We talked about CLIA certified, and Councilmember Smith described a number of them. I note that many of them have wages about $10,000 to $15,000 more than our base salary for officers. Does that comport with what your understanding is of those cities?
I am aware that there are cities that have higher base pay. And I also know that there are, when you start looking at other benefits, a lot of other cities have longevity pay. A lot of other cities have like education pay incentives, like for, college degrees or higher degrees. Some agency, I would guess some agencies might even reward military service. We don't have an incentive for that. We don't have, there are specialty pays if you have certain specialties within the department. I know other agencies do that as well. And so again, I don't know exactly what every other agency, but I do know a lot of other agencies have similar things that we have for incentive and extra pay.
Okay, so here's just a basic question. That's my understanding. Just could you tell me if you agree with this? We were the 7th largest city in Indiana, and we're ranked 68th in pay. Perf pay. Is that correct? Your understanding?
I have heard that. Yes, I've heard that mentioned before.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions for Chief Decoff? Councilmember Scamaluri.
Yes, thank you. I would like to circle back to add on to something Councilmember Sandberg talked about. And she asked for clarification between the roles of BPD and IUPD. Sometimes we've heard that there are multiple law enforcement agencies, and we have BPD and IUPD, and we have the sheriff, and we have the state police, and we have the DNR, and so forth. I don't know that I've ever personally encountered a sheriff, though, on Kirkwood, or a DNR officer on the square, or anything like that. Could you speak about those other agencies as well?
Well,
and what their policing role is, if any, in Bloomington?
Sure. All agencies have their own jurisdictions, their own jurisdictional boundaries. The state police, obviously, they're the state police. They can go anywhere, but their mission usually is to back up other agencies. But they don't have a huge they won't have a huge presence in Bloomington because we have a city police. They work more in rural counties and do a lot more highway and traffic type activity. The sheriff, obviously, his jurisdiction is the area outside of the corporate boundaries of the city. They can do stuff inside the city, but that's not their main jurisdiction. The university is the same way. Their jurisdiction is on campus, so they can do stuff in the city, but that's not their main responsibility. It's the campus. DNR is their responsibility is Department of Natural Resources property, which is Lake Monroe, state parks, and things like that. All of us back each other up in emergency situations. If there's something major going on and we need assistance, we will get assistance from all of those agencies, and vice versa. If they have an emergency situation, we will back them up. We frequently back up the sheriff's department because they may have 2 or 3 people on duty at a time, and if it's an emergency situation, we will offer assistance. So it's this mutual backing up on emergency stuff, but not on the day-to-day routine. They're not going to come and take calls for us unless we run out of officers and ask them to take a serious call. We won't ask them to go take a theft report because we'll just make that wait until we free up a unit to go take it. But if it's a domestic battery or an assault in progress, we would ask another agency to respond to that if we didn't have the resources to do that.
That's helpful. Thank you. I have one more question, but I'll hold it because I might need some time. So.
All right. Any further questions for this round? Well, Councilmember Scamaluri, it looks like we're back to you.
And we're back to me. Chief Deepcoff, thank you for your patience with all these questions. Council has been asked to consider multiple areas for annexation. And we will know more in a month or so about whether or not how that might play out. But I was surprised, having attended multiple meetings on annexation, including some hosted by our county commissioners. I was surprised at how often policing came up and concerns about how is BPD going to ramp up for this. Let's say half the proposed areas or 2/3 of the proposed areas actually do get approved for annexation. What will that require of BPD? And what are your thoughts on how you would ramp up for something like that?
Well, if only part of them were annexed, there are formulas I think that we have produced that based upon each area of annexation about how many additional officers we would need. And so depending upon what areas were annexed, we would have to look at that and see kind of how that played out. And it's based on calls for service and population and the area size. And so again, that is something that we are anticipating. I know that the mayor is anticipating adding officers based upon annexation. And so we will just continue to look for the best possible officers and use the incentive money that we have to try to recruit people to apply for our agency.
Thank you. There may be more on that, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I would like to continue on with the challenges of recruiting. How long does it take? And I understand we've had, 12 or 13 openings recently, and we had 29 apply for it. Maybe 20 people are being interviewed. How long does it take to get a brand new person, not a certified officer that we possibly have managed to recruit from some other jurisdiction, but what are the challenges with even getting new recruits up and operating for us to even have any hope of meeting our 105?
It is a challenge. The Indiana Law Enforcement Academy is where we have to send people that are not already certified. They shut down last year during COVID. They actually shut down earlier this summer because they had a COVID outbreak and sent people home. They do have the ability to go online and teach that, but there are certain things that they can't teach online. And so the academy is a big challenge for us because there's only so many classes every year and they only take so many students. So that is something that we will have to look at as we hire more people, because it will take longer. The academy class, if I remember correctly, is 15 weeks. So new officers have to go to that and graduate from that. Then they come back to the department and there's a 16-week field training officer program that they have to go through. And so that's a lot of training, and that's after we hire them. So the process that you were referencing happened just 2 weeks ago, I believe it was. So that process takes a couple of months because we have to do interviews and background checks and medical checks and psychological checks. And so there's lots of steps in that process to make sure that we're getting quality people, and it takes time. Then we may have to, again, I go back to the academy. We may have to wait for an academy class to start because they only do it so many times a year. So it can be a 6, 8, 9 month process to get them hired and through all of the training before they are even on the street. Sometimes it can take longer than that even.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Boland.
Yeah, one thing I haven't asked, I'm not sure I've asked this before, but considering the bottleneck that the Law Enforcement Academy represents, is there no way, or is it not in the city's interest to start its own academy so that we can train people faster? Wouldn't it be worth it for us at this point?
Well, we can't. There are state laws that govern all of that.
I mean, there's no other city that has its own academy or is a offshoot of it?
Well, one of the things that they did during COVID because of the backlog was they had established a one-time regional academy at a couple of different places around the state. But that was because the academy was shut down and they had all these people that needed to go through training. And so they granted that one-time exception. But the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy is the only certifying academy in the state. There are offshoots of that. Evansville has a offshoot of that, and there is one in Northwest Indiana.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, but there are also, those are options, but there are also added expenses to that because we have to pay for the housing and everything else. And again, it's the timing of those academies, and we haven't really found that the timing has worked when we've hired people. There's still a waiting game.
I just mean, like, if Evansville and North Indiana have branch academies, why can't there be a branch here? Can we, I mean, would it not be worth our time and money to fund such an academy?
Again, it would have to be something that the Law Enforcement Training Board would grant. I doubt very seriously they would do that since they already have one in Bloomington at IU.
Oh, can we not use IU's academy?
The Indiana Law Enforcement Training Board has not given us that approval have not given them the approval to take municipal agencies. They've taken usually college agencies, universities.
Very interesting. Thank you.
All right, any further questions for Chief Dekoff? Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, I'm picking up on new recruits. I understand in the last cycle, there wasn't a single accredited officer that applied. And so it seems, looking back, say, the last 5 years, my understanding is that we have hired 67 new officers, and we have lost 66. And so we've been essentially treading water, except to say that those trained officers that we've invested in, which I assume is a substantial investment, are now working for other agencies. This concerns me, since this is a substantial investment of our community, and we're also losing that experience as well. So I guess my question is that, can you confirm that that is the case, that we have lost officers to other municipalities that have really taken advantage of our good training?
We have lost. We invest quite a bit in training, so we have really well-trained officers, and we have lost officers to other agencies, and so it is a pretty substantial investment in the training, and they may stay a year or two before they move to another department.
So in other words, we're making the new recruits very marketable to be hired by other jurisdictions. Well, I'll leave that as a comment. Okay. Thank you, Chief Dekoff.
All right, any other questions before we go to the public? Seeing none, we will now take a public comment on the budget proposal from the Bloomington Police Department. If you would like to make a comment, please use the raised hand function in Zoom. Or if you cannot locate that, you are welcome to put a message in the chat to the meeting host. And Ms. Heather Lacey is helping us out. Who do we have?
I see 5 raised hands presently: Charlotte Zitlow, Jeff Rogers, Nathan Muchler, someone with the screen name eMoney, and Paul Post. I'll begin in that order with Charlotte Zitlow, who should be able to unmute.
Ms. Zitlow, welcome.
Yeah, this was for earlier, but I've got another question. Don't you have exit interviews?
We can follow up with that question later, but at this time, we're just taking comments.
Okay, I see. Excuse me. All right. Well, I think you're doing a wonderful job, but I am concerned that I don't hear enough about collaborative efforts on any of the departments that I've heard budgets on this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Who do we have next, Ms. Lacey?
Next, we have Jeff Rogers, who should be able to unmute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Rogers, and I'm one of the union representatives for the Bloomington Police Department. The chief is not responsible for our salaries or for the amount of manpower we have, so my comments tonight are directly for Mayor Hamilton. Mr. Mayor, you have hired 66 officers since you took over and lost 67. In the last 18 months, 17 officers have left BPD to go to other law enforcement agencies. If our department is competitive, as you say, then why go to another agency? We just had a hiring process in which we have 12 positions open. 29 people applied, and not a single one of them were certified officers from other agencies. In comparison, Noblesville Police just had a hiring process at the end of July. 189 people applied. They're paid $12,000 more than BPD. We have shown you all the numbers before, and we can show you again. BPD is not competitive in salary or any other compensation. The organizational study that cost the city over $50,000 specifically looked at BPD's call volume and staffing levels and took the other police agencies in the county into account. It said we needed 121 officers. You continue to ignore this. In contrast, the same study said that emergency dispatch needed 9 additional dispatchers. So you decided to add 3 dispatchers per year for 3 years. The department goals state you want to reduce Part 1 crimes, burglaries, robberies, and thefts. Also, you want to reduce the number of gun crimes and increase outreach between BPD and the neighborhoods. How are we supposed to do any of that whenever we don't have enough officers just to take calls for service? We are completely a reactive police department. The reality is BPD's done a great job, but this won't last. There are staffing minimums in place for the safety of the public and the safety of officers. Mr. Mayor, we need more cops. Civilians help us, but they can't respond to more than 90% of the calls we take. We need more cops, plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Rogers. And then who do we have next?
Next, we have Nathan Muchler, who should be sorry. You should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your help. No problem. It's interesting finding myself on many points agreeing with the gentleman who just spoke before me. I think that everyone seems to think that the police department in Bloomington is somewhere between broken and non-functional. And I would question why we would add 4 community specialists to assist the sworn officers in situations where, and I'm reading this from the budget, no crime is involved. I think that there can be a very productive and frank conversation around this budget about what do we want Bloomington Police Department to do and what is the purpose of it. I don't think that adding more bloat to our police department is the answer, and would encourage this council to look critically and strongly at all the requests and ask, is this where we want to send people to work in our community? And is this working for the vision we have of the police department? Thank you.
Next, we have the person with the screen name E-Money, who should be able to unmute and state their name for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Eddie Lennon. I just wanted to say I appreciate Council Members Rollo and Sandberg for speaking up over the police department budget last night. I know some council members attend the swearing in ceremonies from time to time, and there Johnny Ham likes to talk a big game that he loves the police department. Swearing in new officers is the favorite part of his job. But when you look at the budget, I think that it shows differently in the fact that he last year wanted to take away officers. So really, the only thing he can do to help fix the problem is fire up that money printing press he has on North Morton for everything else and shell out some money for the officers. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members. Paul Post, President, FOP Lodge 88, representing the hardworking men and women at the Bloomington Police Department. Hardworking but tired officers, I will add. The past 18 months have seen them pivot to handling policing during a pandemic, coupled with a stark rise in violent crime. I would be lying if I told you the members were pleased with Mayor Hamilton's proposed budget. Disappointed and dismayed would be more accurate words. For months, we have heard the push for annexation, which, pending approval of this body, will require massive hiring of police officers to provide basic police services. But that was not reflected in this proposal. BPD is currently far understaffed, causing unneeded wear and tear on your officers due to working mandatory overtime and patrol shifts spent at or below minimum staffing. We have spent the past 4 years telling everyone who will listen that BPD is facing a staffing crisis. During that time frame, the United States has experienced a shift in modern law enforcement, one which has caused veteran officers to leave at unprecedented rates, young officers to reevaluate where they work, and made the hiring of new officers willing to take on these jobs difficult. BPD is not immune to these conditions. The current police hiring market is driven by agencies willing to seek qualified candidates through aggressive salary increases. When you need to hire officers quickly, you have to be positioned to attract them. We've given you and the mayor these facts, and I won't drown you with more of them tonight. The city commissioned their own salary study and organizational assessment reports at taxpayer expense that illustrated these facts. That's why, in light of annexation efforts by the mayor, we expected a much stronger push to build up staffing. Finally, thank you for the tough questions last night. I had numerous officers express their gratitude today upon hearing city officials speak up about our reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Post. Officer Post.
I do not see any additional raised hands. And I do not have any messages in the chat asking to speak.
All right, let's just give it one more moment. If anybody else would like to speak about the Bloomington Police Department budget proposal? Ms. Lacey, I'm getting a message from somebody who said she had sent a message. She wanted to speak.
If the message was sent, I'm wondering if it came to the meeting host. I do not see it. Do you know the screen name?
Gabriela Escobar.
The person should be able to unmute now.
Hi, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Somebody did answer me and say, thanks for wanting to share. So I'm not sure how that happened.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I am Gabriela Escobar, an officer with the Bloomington Police Department. Your officers want to community police. They want to connect and build relationships with its community. I work in District 5 and have built relationships with low-income minorities in that community at the cost of my limited free time, as have many other officers when the opportunities arise. You have humble officers who don't seek to publicize and photograph every good deed that they do. The people we build with don't have the resources to be here tonight, but that doesn't mean that we aren't out there trying. However, when we are 40 officers short, according to the staffing study, we don't even have the numbers to staff the streets. We have worked 54 days this year where an officer was mandated to hold over for a double shift. That is 22% mandated doubles. We have worked 65% of the year at the safety minimum and 63% of the year below the safety minimum. Your city only ever has between 5 and 9 officers on a good day for the entire city this year. Officers are sacrificing sleep, family time, and mental health to keep up with their training, working their shifts and picking up tons of overtime to staff the city safely. Training is a huge deal to us as officers, so we have worked 16, 17, 19-hour days to be able to train and work. We can't keep sustaining the entire city with 6 to 9 officers who are exhausted, can't even take a 6-day emergency family day or mental health day without another officer being mandated to hold over. How can officers want to stay in a city when we are the 7th largest city and 68th in pay? We are CALEA accredited, which means we are dedicated to equality, accountability, and safety of our officers and citizens, and yet we are still underpaid, understaffed, and treated less than. We need to do better for the sake of our low-income communities, crime-ridden neighborhoods, and its community members, and for our officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Escobar. Any other public comments?
There are no other raised hands.
And nobody.
No messages in the chat.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lacey. And let us come back to council members. I would entertain follow-up questions or comments at this point. Councilmember Sandberg.
I'm ready to comment if there are no further questions.
I did want to follow up on Dr. Zitlow's question regarding exit interviews. Chief Dekoff, when an officer leaves his or her position, is there an exit interview conducted, and what do you do with the results of those?
I don't have an answer for that tonight. I believe we have done some exit interviews, but I'm not 100% certain. So I will have to check on that.
All right, yes, I'd be very interested to know. Thank you. Councilmember Volan, did you have a follow-up question as well?
I did. Chief, we've heard talk about the relative shortage of staff. I mean, what you started with, of course. I guess my question is there a point at which we reach an emergency? And if we have an emergency, how do we, I mean, if let's just say we can't grow or we lose a couple more officers, can we hire temporary officers from another agency? Is there some way to get temporary help? What do you say to that?
I believe we could probably hire temporary officers. I would have to check obviously with HR and legal on that.
Of course.
We hired temporary IU part-time officers for our downtown stuff, but there's a lot that would have to be looked at because of we'd have to look at the training of that officer. Even when we hired the temporary IU officers, we did additional training so that they did things our way. And so
sure.
There's a lot of stuff that would have to be worked out.
No, I understand that. What I'm asking is, because of our high standards, what, like if we continue to have a shortage, or if the shortage increases, do we have an emergency plan where we can bring in temporary officers until we can staff up again?
We do not have an emergency plan like that. What we would have to do is ask probably for assistance from the state police. That's kind of what their role is to assist other law enforcement agencies.
Do you have a point at which you would feel that you would have to trigger that option?
Well, ultimately the answer is yes, but I'm not sure. Obviously, that would be in consultation with probably the mayor and the city council about how we would proceed with something like that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand is, like, at what number, of sworn officers on duty, or at least employed by the city, is it too few that we have to bring other, we have to do some kind of emergency measure? How much lower than what our current staffing is?
I don't think I'm prepared to answer that right now. I think I need to look at that more closely.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other follow-up questions before we go to comments? I have one, and it's probably, I don't know if it's for Chief Dekoff or if it's more of a legal question, but considering the staffing shortage and the comparatively low salaries, is it possible to open contract negotiations early in order to increase the compensation package and get our numbers up?
I don't know if we have any lawyers, but my belief is yes, I think we can. But I don't know all of the steps involved in that. But I do believe that we could do that.
Council Chair, that was addressed last evening. Philippa Guthrie, Corporate Counsel, indicated that we could add an addendum to the contract, raising salaries if all parties were in agreement.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Councilmember Rallo. I see Deputy Mayor Don Griffin has.
Oh, no, I was just going to answer that as correct. She did say.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's very good to know. Thank you. All right. Well, let's move to final comments on the BPD budget request, and Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. This has been a long journey for me because 3 years ago, 2018, this was a different council, not this one, the council before this. We heard from the FOP leadership that there were problems in the Bloomington Police Department surrounding recruiting and training and concerns over salaries and concerns over being competitive. At that time, I took that information under consideration. I didn't believe it right away, but it caught me off guard because typically they don't come directly to the city council when collective bargaining is on the table. That should be between their representatives and the city administration's representatives. I felt slightly uncomfortable that they felt the need to come to us as council members to ask for relief. So at that point, I kind of got the feeling maybe the ship was sinking a little bit. But I will tell you, after 3 years of observing ride-alongs, talking to the rank and file officers, I think that ship is now on fire. So I will not be able to support the budget. It does not address our most critical needs. I think we need to take a good hard look at salaries as a way to show our trained, disciplined, and dedicated officers that this city cares about them. We care about the public safety of this community, and we in Bloomington expect the best, and that's going to require an investment. I think we need to take a look at some of the other extraneous things. I don't know that the take-home car program is working all that well. I don't know that the housing incentives are working all that well for everybody. And I think Bloomington has a serious problem that we'd better start taking seriously. So my vote tonight will be no.
All right, so subsequent council member comment, Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. This is my comments are directed to Mayor Hamilton. He noted last night that a fundamental obligation of city government is for public safety, and in that point of agreement with him. This proposal, however, our budget fails in that obligation. What we are lacking are sworn officers. We are not lacking community service specialists with limited roles and limited hours. To raise the authorization to 105, as he proposes, is the correct course of action. The organizational assessment indicates we should have 121. As we have found out, we have 93. We can't seem to recruit anymore, and the effective number is 76. So the consequence of this is mandatory overtime, which is putting a tremendous strain on officers, and I find this unacceptable. To raise the authorization to 105 officers is all well and good. I agree. But as we know, we cannot hire enough or retain them long enough to reach the current number even of 100 with the current pay. That means the pay for our officers is lower than Seymour and Martinsville right now. This is why we can't recruit and retain. We spend considerable amounts on training and educating and best practices, and then they leave for better compensation elsewhere. As I said before, we're the 7th largest city in the state, and we rank 68th in pay. So we can't hire and retain officers under these circumstances. I know in the past 5 years, the department hired 66 officers and we lost 67. There is no easy way to state this, but this trajectory points to a crisis if it continues. I have the deepest respect for our police department. They have an exemplary record of working under very difficult circumstances. We can't jeopardize public safety by overwork and underpay. This is affecting morale, and certainly high turnover affects cohesion of any organization. We've lost and stand to lose more experienced officers. I worry that as officers are only human, and humans make mistakes under duress, mental and emotional stress, lack of rest, lack of experience, that we are setting ourselves up for a tragic outcome. Bloomington deserves the best services, the best roads, the best water quality, and the best in public safety. You get what you pay for. I think that we ought to increase base pay by $5,000 immediately. That's what I expect to see in this budget if I'm going to support it in the future. The Biden administration has indicated that ARPA funds could be utilized for this. I haven't even touched on, the need for facilities, but let's begin first by investing in people. Thank you.
All right, additional council member comments? Councilmember Sims?
Thank you. And I want to thank our community members for their comments that we heard this evening and the robust discussion. This is my comments. I want to live in a safe community, and I know that my neighbors want the same. I want sworn officers that protect and serve and respect the residents of this community. I think we have that. I want broad community conversation, community outreach, and community input on law enforcement standards and expectations. With all due respect to our sworn officers and our non-sworn staff and our BPD leaders, for this particular budget tonight, I will abstain, but I will not refuse to continue to participate in this community discussion in order to reach the levels and the standards and the expectations that we expect in this community for our law enforcement officers. Thank you.
Thank you. An additional comment from council members. Councilmember Scamillari.
Yes, thank you. I'll start where Councilmember Rollo did in his in Mayor Hamilton's remarks on the opening night of Budget Week. He described public safety as, quote, the most fundamental of city services, and I agree. We also are a city that prides ourselves on being a good employer. We've passed a living wage, even for temporary workers. We've passed an increased minimum wage. We spoke last night about family leave. We want to be a good employer, and I support those efforts. I am grateful that we have a police department that is forward thinking and that places a priority on things like anti-bias training and de-escalation, and that emphasizes training so much. If we want to be the kind of city, if we want to be the kind of employer that we've talked about, I think we need to act on that. And now is the time that we need to do that. Social workers and sworn officers have been part of my constituent meetings. They have met with my constituents, and I have never been anything less than wholly impressed by how they worked and how they served. And I am grateful for them. Regardless of whether or not you think Bloomington needs 50 sworn officers or 500, we have to admit that turnover is expensive. Failing to retain our officers, particularly our experienced mid-career and senior officers, is a problem, and it's costing us money. And more important, even than money, it may be endangering the safety of our community. We've been asked by the mayor, beyond that, we have been asked by the mayor to consider annexing thousands of acres of land around this city and extending city services to those areas. We're struggling to fill the positions we have. That seems like mutually incompatible requests on his part. I am concerned when I hear comments like we heard yet last night. We've hired nearly 70 officers in recent years. The implication being somehow that we've grown our force, and in reality, we've barely been treading water. I think there are good questions being asked tonight, and I think there are too many questions and concerns still remaining for me to support the BPD budget as the mayor has presented it to us. I'll be abstaining tonight. I look forward to continued discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional council member comments? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I will be voting no tonight on this budget. The central issue is that salaries are not high enough to attract officers to stay. And that's just the heart of the whole matter. So I would like to see that there's a movement from the administration to increase the salaries. 5,000 is fine. That's great. Whatever it takes, the market, what it takes in the market to attract and retain our well-trained officers is really important. So I will be voting tonight on this, and I hope in the final version I will see an increase in the salary. Thank you.
All right. Any other council members care to comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Sure, thank you. Thanks again, my colleagues and Chief Deacoff for the discussion. I have some follow-ups to be sure on a number of fronts, including the question I asked earlier, and unpacking that a little more and asking some questions about best practices that other progressive communities are engaging in. But I mentioned kind of two issues around stress on the police force. I mentioned salaries, compensation, competitiveness, and then also sort of workload, and how we can address both of those things as sort of variables in the equation of what's causing current strain on the police department. So the second one, again, I think we have some ideological differences on this body and sort of a range of what the research says, what progressive communities are doing to try to address public safety, which is not the same thing as police. It is related, but I think those get conflated a lot. I'm hearing a lot of comments that sort of assume public safety means police, and I just don't agree with that as a fundamental premise from a political and community values standpoint. But going back to the compensation piece, I'm open to this, and I think it's an interesting conversation. Several colleagues just asked for a $5,000 increase in base pay or something like that. My understanding is that would require a reopening of the FOP contract a year in advance. If the administration and the FOP both wanted to do that or had some common understanding around where they would go with that, I don't know if that would then preempt the next year's negotiation, if it would just advance everything by a year, if it would be a special amendment to the previous contract. I'm curious to explore that idea more. I think what the mayor has proposed with $250,000 fund to address potential incentives that could look at that compensation piece in the interim is maybe his effort to do that in a way that doesn't reopen the contract with the union, but I'm not sure that is compelling to folks. So I'm very interested and curious to continue the conversation as well with my colleagues with the administration and continue to explore a variety of aspects here. So I'll abstain tonight, and thanks again for everybody for weighing in, including members of the public and sworn officers of PPD tonight. Thanks.
Additional comment from council members? Councilmember Volin?
Yes, I see two primary issues at this moment that affect the police department. The first is the ongoing nationwide reckoning of policing in the context of race and other methods for maintaining public safety. And the second is the ongoing burnout in our local force due to inadequate staffing. I believe these two issues are separate. If we're going to have a police force, it should be effective. If it is to be effective, we have to acknowledge the obvious personnel issues, independent of the ideological discussion that may frame it. Now, I've asked questions several times over the years about the bottleneck that is the law enforcement academy. The chief has made clear that this is out of his hands. It's a state issue. It mystifies me that the state has not addressed the issue. I would think that this is an issue that the state would jump on, and yet here we still are, unable to train officers with any expeditedness. There is the obvious issue that our salaries have fallen to one of the lowest in the state for comparable cities. It's nothing to be proud of. And there's the issue of how many staff, how many sworn officers should we have? This one is much more nebulous. There's certainly, I mean, in many other cities, there's a significantly greater number of police, but before we had this extreme shortage, the city seemed to have been getting along okay, at least in my time on council. So these are all issues that have to be addressed, but it doesn't really change the fact that we have never been able to increase our police force at a rate of more than 2 net new officers a year. I haven't seen any evidence to contradict that. So I don't see what difference it makes whether we add the line items back. The 5 officers are there. If it makes everybody feel better, that's great. But I mean, I would just as soon use the money for those lines to pay the officers that we have now. So at least we keep them and then grow those lines back. I don't know the answer to any of these things. I've never been able to wrap my head around what a good solution would be. I just know that those are the problems that I see. I can't vote yes to this budget. I'm ambivalent as to whether I should abstain or vote no, but I think that the administration has to address it better than it has. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? I'll take a stab at it. As Councilmember Sandberg said a few years ago, when the police negotiations with the police union were ongoing, and the issue of compensation was brought to our attention, at that time, I also was scratching my head and thinking, well, why are our salaries so low? Why do we not have a more comparable compensation package to other communities in the state? And of course, that negotiation took a year longer than it should have, and so it was very hard fought. And I wasn't party to it. I don't know, what went down for the FOP to accept the salaries that we have now. But it has become increasingly clear to me that the salaries are inadequate. And this is a problem. This is a problem with recruitment and retention. I agree with a lot of what's already been said. I don't need to rehash it. We have excellent training, and we don't want to train people who then go and use the skills they learned with us elsewhere. So I think it is a big problem. At the same time, I do want to speak up for non-sworn personnel in the realm of public safety. I think this is an important addition that Mayor Hamilton has made, and that he continues with this budget proposal. I think that in some cases, the appearance of a sworn uniformed police officer in a scene is not helpful, just because of the national perception of police and what we've seen in many, many other communities where police have engaged in disrespectful and downright racist behavior. And that, that perception carries over to Bloomington, whether or not we have the same incidents here, which thankfully we have not so far. So I think that there is an important role to be played by non-sworn officers who do not carry that uniform and that burden of racism, and can intervene in many situations where mental health may be the bigger issue than criminality. So that's a good part of the budget proposal, but the salaries, I do think we need to fix them earlier than next year's contract negotiations. So I will be passing on this budget tonight. Thank you.
Move
All
to
right.
pass.
Oh, now Councilmember Rosenbarger. I was waiting for that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I know, I'm sorry. I never really know when to raise my hand. I appreciate the comments by everybody tonight. I just had like 3 quick things to add, and some of these have been touched on just a little. So for me, I think I will abstain. I think similar to Councilmember Volan, I think a no and abstention can be the same a lot right now, but I'm just not really ready yet to endorse this. So first, I would say I am concerned, like everyone else here, about the compensation and the morale and the stress of our officers. I don't think any of us want officers to be burnt out. I think we feel the same about all departments in the city. We want staff across the board to feel good, to love showing up at their job, right, and to know that folks care about them doing a good job. I think it is important that Bloomington is competitive in our salaries for officers. If we really are ranked 68, I didn't know that, and I think that's just not at all competitive. I mean, this is a great place to live, but it's also a really expensive place to live. So being so low in salaries makes a lot of sense that folks aren't choosing to work here. The second thing I think is we need to look at the bigger picture. I think Councilmember Flaherty touched on this. Public safety does not necessarily mean increased officers. So I think a lot of people in the city have even said they don't feel safe in the presence of police. So looking at ways to increase public safety that potentially does not, use sworn officers, I think is important. And I think that's important for the police budget specifically. Third, I have questions about the industry overall that I have not looked into on my own. I mean, are people stepping up nowadays to be police officers, or are they not? Is there a supply there that was there decades ago? In a way, I sort of doubt it, especially nowadays. And I think if that's the case, if the industry is shrinking a little, we really need to look at what public safety is and like what people want to do and how we can match those skill sets and interests with, creating a city where everybody feels safe. So I think if there's just a gap in who we're trying to hire and these people just don't exist, we're just never going to get there. So I don't know. I think it would be interesting to look at other ways to, employ folks who are interested in increasing public safety. So I'll be abstaining tonight and looking forward to working on this in the future. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I think we've all had an opportunity for council comment, so I'm
Move to pass, or I'll second Councilmember Sims, whichever.
That's not in order. The chair can just call the roll.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Scambolery and Councilmember Sims. So let's do our straw poll on the BPD budget. Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Scambolery,
Pass.
Councilmember Sandberg,
No.
Councilmember Flaherty,
Same.
Councilmember Volan,
No.
Councilmember Rollo,
No.
Councilmember Sims,
Abstain.
Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Abstain.
and I will also abstain. So that's a vote of 0, 4, 5. Thank you very much, Chief Decoff, for your time.
Thank you.
And I think that concludes our business for the evening. Is that correct, Ms. Lacey?
It is.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. And we will reconvene tomorrow at 6 p.m. for subsequent departmental budget hearings.
Thank you all.